Global Reincarnation, only I know the plot. Chapter 101. Puff. The glass of water fell on the ground. You know, the amount of water that the system prepares for everyone is just enough, 1 cup per person, and no more. If a cup is overturned, then one person must not be able to drink it. After the 30-second countdown ends, it will be obliterated by the system. But Chen Ye is the only one who does not have a cup in his hands. The person who pretended to knock over the cup couldn't help but glance at Chen Ye with a sneer, then picked up his cup and sent it into the mouth. But next moment, the man was stunned. Because there was not a single drop of water in his cup. Where's the water? This person immediately looked around and finally saw where the water went. I saw the glass of water that belonged to him, floating in the air in a weird volley, and then quickly fell into Chen Ye's mouth. Naturally, only Chen Ye's thought power can do this. Chen Ye drank it in one sip and slapped his lips and commented, "It doesn't taste much, it's just ordinary tap water." But Chen Ye knew that drinking this glass of water meant drinking the curse. The curse from the evil spirits. Did you drink my water? The man was startled and angry, staring at Chen Ye like a fire. Chen Ye said lightly, "No. Your cup has been overturned by you. I'm going to kill you." This person was full of resentment, shouted, and rushed towards Chen Ye. In response, Chen Ye just raised his hand slightly. The power of mind is launched. Suddenly, an invisible force acted on that person. The person immediately felt that he seemed to be stuck in the quagmire of a swamp, let alone rushing to Chen Ye. It was very difficult to move. What did you do to me?" the man asked in horror. Chen Ye smiled and said, "I have never known how the system erased people, just for you to perform today." As soon as the voice fell, the person on the opposite side suddenly screamed, his face changed drastically, and seemed extremely painful. The 30-second countdown is over, and the system is killing him. Then, the body of that person began to slowly melt. Chen Ye was not mistaken, it was indeed melting, like a burned paper, slowly turning into fly ash when blown by the wind. The real ashes disappeared. After just a few breaths, the person who overturned the water completely disappeared and turned into ashes all over the floor. Everyone's expressions changed, and they were deeply in awe of the methods of the reincarnation system. The system prompt sounded in time. Please note, the mission is released. Main mission, survive 72 hours. Task time, 72 hours. Attention, the curse from the evil spirit is on, good luck to you. The mission release this time is very simple. It only requires everyone to survive for 3 days. There is no punishment for mission failure. Of course, if such a task fails, people will naturally be gone, and there is indeed no need for punishment. The mission has begun. At this time, everyone should go to find a safe place to get through this mission. However, no one moved in the living room. Chen Ye smiled faintly, and said, "I'm in a hurry. If you don't do anything, I will leave." Hearing this, everyone looked at each other, then removed their disguise, approached Chen Ye slowly, and surrounded Chen Ye. "It turns out that you have seen through us a long time ago. Sura, don't blame us. If you want to blame you for provoking people who shouldn't be offended. Sura, stop yourself. At least you can hurry up and avoid the suffering of flesh and blood." Chen Ye was too lazy to take care of these nonsense, and said lightly, "You have a lot of words, can you hurry up? Sura, you are looking for death. Brothers, go." The voice fell off. Most of the other reincarnations rushed towards Chen Ye. Others choose to take a step back, intending to profit from the fishermen. Obviously, although these reincarnations came to organize 477 to hunt down Chen Ye, they are not monolithic. Chapter 102. Countless flying blades flew out of Chen Ye's body, strangling these reincarnations. The reincarnations who have just reached the second level are actually not strong, and most of their comprehensive evaluations are at D level. Not to mention abilities, there may not be one special item. A pervert like Chen Ye can hardly find a second one. If they were strong enough, they would not choose to form a group and take advantage of their numbers to kill Chen Ye. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute strength, no matter how large the number is, it won't make much difference. These reincarnations who don't even have abilities can't resist Chen Ye's flying blade attack at all. Puff puff. After the wave, at least a dozen people fell to the ground, clutching the blood-flowing neck tightly, staring at Chen Ye in disbelief. They obviously didn't expect Shura to be so powerful. So many people, even if they can't even get close, most of them will die first. The rest of the people who were alive saw this scene with horror and astonishment. Then, they fled here without looking back. To make up for yesterday's last update, there was a power outage last night. This chapter could not be sent out. The heavy rain is still falling, and the road area in the community has reached the position of the calf. The staff will be transferred today. The author will go to the relative's house and then be able to peace of mind code. Chapter 78 Aunt May, you are finally here, for subscription, Crazy. You are all crazy. Such a strong character, you dare to kill? You have also invited labor and capital, the grass Nima. Someone collapsed completely, yelling while backing away. Was scared by Shura. Originally, they felt that Shura had just reached the sea level at best. This time they organized nearly 20 D-grade powerhouses to come and kill Shura, and they should be foolproof. However, they never expected that Shura was a powerful supernatural person. Ability. In the space of reincarnation, it is the most difficult ability to obtain. Its rarity is far above the devil fruit. Because devil fruit still has many weaknesses, such as fear of sea water, fear of being armed and domineering and so on. But the ability does not have these restrictions, and the one who can fight against the ability can only be another ability. The most important thing is that abilities can't be traded, they can only be obtained through dungeon rewards, very few. The reason why Shura is judged to be a person with ability, not a person with devil fruit ability, is because Shura has entered the second level. If you want to get the devil fruit, you have to go to the third tier one-piece copy world of the Samsara Tower. Certainly. You can also get devil fruit through trading. But like the weird ability that Shura has just used, even if it is a devil fruit, it must be an extremely rare species. It is too late to use it. Who will trade it? Run? Can you run? Chen Ye snorted coldly, a few flying blades, his heart moved at will, and he continued to reap his lives. Since these people have the courage to come and kill him, they must be prepared to save their lives. Under the chasing of Fiyan, the remaining few people, all stay on the spot. Chen Ye only left a living. It's the man who just broke down and cursed. Seeing Shura approaching, the man shouted again and again, "Ah! Ah! Great God Shura, it's none of my business, it's the great devil who organized us and connected us to come in to deal with you." The hamstrings of this guy's feet were severed by the flying blade, and now he has no ability to run. Chen Ye was taken aback. Who is the devil? It's him. The strong man pointed to a corpse on the ground. Chen Ye's face twitched, very speechless. He thought that the person who dared to take this name should be a powerful character. Unexpectedly, it was a dragon's fate. Now, when I ask you to answer, if you make a mistake, they will be your fate. Good. Good. Azura God, what do you want to know? Just ask, I must tell the truth. The strong man nodded repeatedly. You came in to deal with me? Is it for the devil fruit that Yi's Haikihu offered a reward? Yes, it is. Chen Ye asked curiously, the devil fruit is alone, so many of you, how do you plan to divide it? The devil fruit belongs to the great demon king, but he will compensate us for some special items of low value afterwards. The strong man said. Chen Ye nodded and asked, then how do you know that I came to make this copy today? The brawny man immediately replied, after Yi's Haikyuu issued the reward order, the great demon king began to organize manpower to gather those of us who are also on the second floor, and squat at the entrance of the Samsara tower in batches every night and see you. Just appear. Chapter 103. Great God Shura, don't worry, after I go out, I won't dare to appear in front of you again. Go out. Chen Ye wondered, did I say that I let you go out alive? Ah! Great God Shura, you are not. Chen Ye said blankly, I just promise you that I won't let you die so painful like them, you can rest in peace and go on the road. When the voice fell, a flying blade appeared, directly piercing the brain of the brawny man. The strong man did not feel the pain, so he fell powerlessly. These flying blades were made by General Wu from the Great Wall world who helped Chen Ye. They are very useful. Chen Ye planned that next time he went to the world of the Great Wall, let General Wu help him build a batch. So far, the reincarnations who came to participate in the copy of the old corpse in Mountain Village were almost wiped out before they even started, leaving Chen Ye alone. The ground was covered with blood. Let the smell of blood in the living room skyrocket. Chen Ye didn't want to stay here too much, and was ready to start the task of anti-killing female ghosts according to his own plan. However, just as Chen Ye had just raised his foot, there was a sudden gust of wind blowing in the living room. The wind was faint, blowing on people, but it was freezing cold. Even Chen Ye's physical fitness felt a cold chill at this moment. Crack! The windows of the living room were suddenly opened by the wind. Boom! The weather outside was originally fine, but when it changed, lightning and thunder began to pour down and pour into the room through the window. Upon seeing this, Chen Ye's eyes flashed, and immediately stopped. A real murderer does not need to appear in order to kill. In hallucinations, it can quietly kill people, humans, in the face of ghosts, only have the most complete despair. But among them, never including me. At this moment, Chen Ye's eyes were frighteningly bright. All over, there is an even more brave momentum. Armed color domineering, instantly covering the whole body. The beauty of Chu is here, why not show up? Chen Yelang said. Chen Ye was the only one in the living room. It seemed that he was talking to the air. But the next moment, the sound of women singing in the house suddenly sounded. Lang is in joy, while his concubine is broken. I know the feelings of grievance every month, and it is not easy to meet and separate. Abandoned wife is late in regret now, June recalled whether Phoenix was happy that day. Do you still remember if you continue to bear the kindness of other branches, whether your old love has no place to live, and whether you have a mother without a father or an orphan? Guess you. Do you know if I have been ill for a long time and become tuberculosis? Soon I will be sad for you. The opera is called Selling Meat to Raise Orphans, a famous Cantonese opera con many years ago. However, this female voice is really terrifying, and it makes people shudder to hear such a voice singing in opera. As for the singers, they are still there. The more this horror of not seeing the truth, the more terrifying. If you change to another reincarnation, you must be frightened and run away at this moment. Chen Ye's expression was calm, without the slightest panic in his eyes. He has used the heart of the brave, this little trick cannot scare him at all. Pretending to be a fool, Chu is beautiful, is this what you are capable of? Chapter 79 As long as I don't persuade you, you can't help it. Chu people are beautiful. She was a famous Cantonese opera actress during her lifetime, and her husband was a teacher from Murakami, named Buletin Wanchen. She looked gentle, but she was a well-dressed beast with a snake-hearted heart. After Buletin Wanchen and Chu Renmei got married, they met a wealthy daughter in an accident. In order to marry rich daughters, they don't want to lose the reputation of loving the new and disgusting the old and clinging to the powerful. So Buletin Wanchen came up with a poisonous scheme. He lied to Chu Renmei that he owed Tian Qi a gambling debt to the villager and asked Chu Renmei to accompany Tian Qi for one night. As long as Chu Renmei agrees, the gambling debt can be written off. But Chu Renmei really agreed for her husband. This actually hit the trick of Buletin Wanchen. Chapter 104. But after Chu Renmei died, the soul learned the truth, and the grievances could not be calmed down, turned into ghosts, and harmed the world. This is the origin of the beauty of the female ghost in the old corpse of the mountain village. It can be said, Chu Renmei is actually a poor person. Chen Ye's words seemed to anger Chu Renmei. The surrounding scenery suddenly changed. Raging. There was a sudden fire around 477. The living room is still the same, but the surroundings are full of raging flames, blazing flames spreading everywhere, and heavy flames were placed at the exit of the passage. The intense temperature seemed to be poisonous. Chen Ye took a breath and felt uncomfortable in his mouth and nose. The poison went straight to his lungs, burning extremely hot. Hallucinations. Chen Ye knew that this was Chu Renmei's killer trick. Such an illusion, it makes me feel suffocated, it is amazing. Although he knew Chu Renmei's hallucinations were powerful, such real hallucinations still surprised him a bit. But there was no trace of fear on Chen Ye's face. Chu people's killing routines generally create hallucinations, make the target confused between reality, panic, and struggle in fear, and then scare oneself to death. But such a routine is useless to Chen Ye. Chen Ye closed his eyes directly, then slowly calmed down, calming himself. It really worked. The feeling of suffocation just now disappeared. Although the surrounding flame was still there, Chen Ye couldn't feel the slightest temperature. The illusion created by Chu Renmei has no effect on Chen Ye. Of course, to be able to do this, the heart of the brave deserves great credit. Otherwise, no matter how courage Chen Ye is, it is impossible to achieve inner peace in such a real illusion. As long as the heart cannot calm down and cannot really overcome the fear in the heart, the illusion of Chu Renmei will continue to be effective. Call. Suddenly, there was a sound of breaking through the air. As soon as Chen Ye moved his ears, his armed look was acting domineeringly on his hands, and he quickly grasped in front of him, and he grabbed a flying kitchen knife. Then, Chen Ye opened his eyes and glanced at the kitchen knife in his hand. The kitchen knife is not an illusion, it is Chu Renmei moved out of the kitchen. Seeing that the illusion had no effect on Chen Ye, she launched a real attack. Chen Ye smiled slightly and squeezed hard. The stainless steel kitchen knife quickly deformed in his hand, and finally he crushed it into a ball of scrap iron and discarded it casually. Chu is beautiful, do you have any means, just use it. Chen Ye said domineeringly. Chen Ye has a lot of confidence in his heart after learning the beauty of Chu people's ability to create illusions. The heart of the brave is indeed a rare best. The effect is even better than Chen Ye imagined. As long as he is not afraid of a female ghost like Chu Renmei, there is nothing he can do about it. Soon after Chen Ye's voice fell, the change happened again. Wow! Roar! Accompanied by the horrible cry, a scorched corpse suddenly appeared in the raging fire around it, large and small, but with resentment in its eyes, crawling towards Chen Ye. The scene is terrifying. If ordinary people see this scene, they will definitely be frightened. As for Chen Ye, his face was still calm. Soon, Chen Ye was surrounded by countless burning ghosts. These great ghosts, all covered in flames, stretched out their hands one by one, grabbed Chen Ye's trousers, and then followed Chen Ye's legs and began to climb onto Chen Ye. Chen Ye saw his clothes and trousers, ignited by the flames on those spirits, and they started to burn. He felt the scorching heat of the flame again. I was slightly surprised. Chen Ye knew that all of these were hallucinations, and the ghosts and flames were fake. He is also very sure that there is absolutely no fear in his heart. By the way, he felt the scorching heat of the flame. This shows that Chu Renmei has a deep resentment and is a very terrifying and powerful ghost. In terms of the ability to create hallucinations, it has reached an astonishing state and can affect reality. End. Chapter 105. It is indeed a nightmare. When I was a child, the female ghost is beautiful and fierce. But only so. Armed and domineering, once again covering Chen Ye's body. It is impossible for a flame of this level to burn Chen Ye. As long as Chen Ye doesn't panic in his heart, and the female ghost is beautiful, there is nothing he can do with him. Wow! Wow! At this time, a scorched little demon crawled onto Chen Ye's stomach and made a harsh ghost cry at Chen Ye, and there was still pus and blood flowing out of his facial features, which was very scary. This was to frighten Chen Ye and to crack Chen Ye's firm heart. Upon seeing this, Chen Ye smiled slightly, stretched out his black palm, and gently touched the kid's head. While touching, Chen Ye said calmly, "Chu is beautiful, if you can only do this, you can't hurt me. I know you hate your husband and everyone, but you have killed a lot of people for so many years. No matter how big a grievance is, it should be gone." This statement came out. Those scorched great ghosts and raging fires disappeared one after another. In the living room, completely returned to normal. It seemed that the Chu people could not do anything about Chen Ye, and lost the ability to create illusions. But Chen Ye knew that was not the case. Chu Renmei has not left yet. Because outside the window, there is still continuous heavy rain, lightning, and thunder. Suddenly, a figure with disheveled hair and a blue robe appeared in front of Chen Ye out of thin air. The beauty of Chu is finally revealed. Chapter 80 begins the anti-kill plan. Chu Renmei finally appeared. Renov.com. She has a disheveled hair that makes her face invisible. The blue robe he wears is still the style of the Republic of China period. She just stood there quietly, did not make any movements, but looked extremely gloomy and terrifying, creating a sense of deterrence. But can't scare Chen Ye. Chen Ye could feel that behind the black hair, there were a pair of eyes looking at him. It is estimated that Chu is beautiful, and I have never seen a human like Chen Ye. Not only is he invulnerable, the King Kong is not bad, and he is not strong in his heart. Chen Ye looked calm and looked at Chu Renmei. After a while, Chu Renmei suddenly moved. Her body is floating, her legs are not moving, but she can glide in the air, silent and breathless, very weird. After that, Chu Renmei left the living room and went to the nearby kitchen. When Chu Renmei's figure disappeared, the lightning and thunder outside also quickly disappeared, returning to the sunny weather before. Finally, Chu Renmei knew that she couldn't help Chen Ye, so she temporarily left here. Chen Ye smiled slightly and turned to leave. Of course he knew that Chu Renmei would not give up chasing him so easily. Anyone who drank the river water was cursed in his body and was Chu Renmei's target. Chu Renmei chose to leave because she couldn't do anything about it. The next attack of the female ghost will come at any time. Leaving the house, Chen Ye went to a nearby underground parking lot and looked around. In a luxury car, he saw the owner's belongings left in the car. Subsequently, he smashed the window glass with a punch and took out his wallet and gold watch. The copy world of Old Corpse in Mountain Village is in the 90s, and mobile payment is not popular at this time. Therefore, Chen Ye easily found a thick stack of banknotes in his wallet. After getting the money, Chen Ye bought a map and followed the map to the police station. He is looking for a person, a very important person in the original plot. The fastest place to find people is of course the police station. Came to the police station. Instead of going to the reception window, Chen Ye quietly entered the office area while the police were busy, and then opened the office door of an inspector. Chapter 106. Seeing someone come in without knocking on the door, he was about to get angry, and saw that it was a stranger, so he held back his anger and asked, "Who are you?" Chen Ye swaggered into the chair and said, "I want to find someone." "Find someone?" Upon hearing this, the inspector suddenly became angry. "Why do you trouble him when you find someone such a trivial matter? It's really outrageous." The inspector was about to drive Chen Ye away, but before he could say the unpleasant words, the inspector immediately turned into a smiling face. "Sir, who are you looking for?" What made this inspector so polite was naturally that Chen Ye took out the thick stack of banknotes. Without saying a word, Chen Ye pushed the banknotes to the inspector, and said, "His name is Li Qiang, he is a nearly 100-year-old man who used to live in Huangshan village, I know so much. This is a deposit, as long as you can find someone, thank you again afterwards." This is of course Chen Ye fooling people. He has so much money. The inspector saw Chen Ye's actions so generous and strong, and he immediately believed that Chen Ye must be a rich man's son. "Sir, don't worry, I will find it for you right away." Subsequently, the inspector walked out of the office and asked a few subordinates to help find someone. Less than half an hour. The inspector took 3 documents and returned to the office. "Sir, according to the information you said, a total of 3 old people have been found, and they meet the requirements. Take a look first." Chen Ye received 3 documents, and then opened the first one. When Chen Ye saw the photo on the profile, his eyes lit up instantly. Unexpectedly, the first information is the goal. "Police officer, thank you." Chen Ye thanked him. The inspector smiled and rubbed his fingers. "It means asking for money." Chen Ye smiled slightly, took off the gold watch in his hand, and said, "I don't have so much cash for the time being. This is my watch. I will put it here for the time being. When I go to confirm the person, I will bring the money. Come and retrieve my watch." "No problem." The inspector immediately believed, and personally sent Chen Ye out of the police station. Originally, Chen Ye casually knocked the inspector unconscious or killed it, which made it easier. But if you really do this, you will be wanted by the police, and trouble will continue. Ask for flowers 0. Therefore, Chen Ye brought the money to work. Money can make ghosts go ahead. To save some trouble, Chen Ye doesn't care about spending money. Anyway, the money is not his, nor can it be taken away. After leaving the police station, Chen Ye got in a taxi and hurried to the next destination. According to the address on the document, Chen Ye came to the door of a private house. Boom! 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 Chen Ye knocked on the door. Fortunately, there are people in the room. "Who?" An old voice came from the room, and then the door was opened, revealing the face of an old man. The old man's hair is grey, his face is wrinkled, and he has few teeth. He looks very old. Although he is not young, his complexion looks good, and he is full of energy. This old man is Li Qiang. In the original plot, Chu Renmei is Li Qiang's aunt. When Chu Renmei was alive, the relationship between the two was very good. In the end, Chu Renmei learned the truth about her husband's murder of her, and Li Qiang also told her. At that time, there were 67 people in Huangshan village. After Chu Renmei became a Ligi, 66 people were killed. Only Li Qiang survived and was not harmed at all. And Chen Ye came to Li Qiang to let Li Qiang take him to find the place where Chu Renmei's body was buried. In the original plot, it was mentioned that the beautiful place where the body was buried was the back mountain of Huangshan village. The last real estate developer threw Chu Renmei's bones into a waterhole. But where the specific location of the water pool is in the back mountain, the original plot did not elaborate on it. Chen Ye didn't want to waste a lot of time, searching the entire back mountain. So, Chapter 107. Chen Ye smiled politely, "Hello, old man, is your name Li Qiang?" "I am." "That's good. Chen Ye said, I want to ask the old man to take me to the beautiful place where the corpse of Chu is buried. Hearing the 3 words Chu Renmei, Li Qiang's old face changed suddenly. I don't know any beautiful people, boy, you found the wrong person. After Li Qiang finished speaking, he would close the door. However, no matter how hard he tried, the door could not be closed. And Chen Ye only used to press the door, and Li Qiang could not close the door. Young man, what are you doing? Be careful, I call the police. Old man Li Qiang said vigilantly. Father, Chu Renmei has started to kill again. There are already more than 20 people who have died in her hands. Now she is staring at me again. I don't want to die, so please do me a favor. Chen Ye began to lie again. Those people actually died in his hands. Hearing that so many people had died, old man Li Qiang's face suddenly showed an expression of pain. Auntie Mei. It's been almost 100 years, can't you let it go? The old man murmured to himself with a sad expression. Afterwards, the old man finally let go. Well, I'll take you there. In the original plot, Li Qiang has been kind-hearted since he was a child, otherwise he wouldn't be able to live that old age. Thank you, old man. Chen Ye smiled. Father Li Qiang changed a pair of shoes, locked the door of his house, and took Chen Ye to the place where Chu Renmei's body was buried. Father, how many roads do you have? Do you want to take a taxi? It's really a bit far, then take a taxi. Upon hearing this, Chen Ye stopped a taxi. The taxi was driving on the road. When passing a section of traffic light intersection, a small truck suddenly lost control, ran through the red light and rammed into the back seat of the taxi. The truck driver, a middle-aged man, sat in the driving position with a trance. The taxi has just started, and it's too late to speed up. Upon seeing this, Chen Ye's face sank. Boom! He directly slammed his elbow into the car door, then pulled old man Li Qiang and rushed out of the back seat. This set of actions reacted extremely quickly, not even a second. Before Li Qiang recovered, he was sitting on the road. Boom! The driver of the small truck slammed into the back seat of the taxi, directly deforming the entire back seat. Until this moment, the truck driver recovered, and quickly got out of the car in panic to check the situation. And Chen Ye just helped old man Li Qiang up, and the change happened again. Sudden! A white coupe, at least 80 yards, hit him. The driver of the sports car is a stylishly dressed girl who can do nothing but scream at the moment. Chen Ye's expression changed, and he pushed away old man Li Qiang. He wanted to hide himself, but it was too late. In an emergency, the armed color domineering, instantly covering his whole body. Boom! There was another impact sound. But this time it's not a car crash, but a car crash. The white coupe, the entire front of the car, instantly dented and broke. RWVL.O. However, Chen Ye's whole person was directly knocked out more than 10 meters away under the huge impact force. There were 2 car accidents at once, which instantly attracted the attention of countless citizens. On the road, many people got out of the car and watched. Damn, hit so hard, this kid must be on the street. Yes. This young man is really bad enough. The crowd onlookers felt that Chen Ye couldn't survive such a car accident. However, something shocking happened. I saw Chen Ye lying on the ground, turned over, and slowly got up. Finally, stand firmly on the spot, without any injuries at all. Chapter 108. Chen Ye ignored the surrounding eyes and went to the side of the sports car. Through the glass, it could be seen that the female driver was lying on the airbag, unconscious. Without seeing the female driver again, Chen Ye came to the truck driver. What happened just now? Chen Ye asked. The truck driver stammered, I don't know what's going on, suddenly my eyes are so dark, and then the car loses control. Chen Ye's eyes flashed after hearing the words. He immediately understood that this is Chu Renmei, the second wave of chasing and killing him. Looking around, Chen Ye didn't find Chu Renmei. Afterwards, Chen Ye came to Li Qiang, who was still in shock, and said, "Master, you should have noticed it too? These two accidents are so coincidental, they came at me. This is actually not a coincidence, but Chu Renmei wants to kill me." Febol.cm. Old man Li Qiang nodded repeatedly, and pointed to a mountain in front of him and said, "Auntie Mei is buried on that mountain." Chen Ye took a look and said, "I don't know the specific location, please trouble me to take me over." Okay, but, lad, you were hit so badly just now. Does it matter to your body?" Chen Ye took a deep breath, "I'm fine. Actually, it's not nothing at all. Although he is armed and domineering, his whole body is not bad. But the inner organs are still flesh and blood. The impact force just hit by the coup was very strong. If it weren't for Chen Ye's strong physique, he would probably have internal bleeding. Right now, Chen Ye also suffered some internal injuries. The more frustrated, the more Chen Ye wanted to solve Chu Renmei as soon as possible. Subsequently, with the surrounding people stunned, Chen Ye and Li Qiang continued on the road. It was not far from the foot of the mountain, and they were going to walk over. After half an hour, Father Li Qiang finally took Chen Ye to the wilderness where Chu Renmei was thrown away. However, to Li Qiang's surprise, it was bought by a real estate company long ago and turned into a construction site, ready to build a luxury residential area. It was a deserted place back then, how could it? Chen Ye was not surprised. He has seen the original plot and of course knows what happened here. "Master, I think they should have thrown the corpse into a nearby ravine or water pool. Do you know where is there a water pool near here?" Chen Ye said. "Chu Renmei's corpse is in a nearby pool." "No." Old man Li Qiang nodded and said, "There is a water pool nearby. The water inside is very clear. The villagers of Huangshan village used to eat 5.0% of the water there. I will take you there." "Okay, I'll trouble you, old man." To be honest, fortunately, Mr. Li Qiang's body is still quite tough. Otherwise, the average old man in the 70s and 80s can't stand it. And Father Li Qiang is already 100 years old. I can only say that good people are rewarded. It didn't take long. Li Qiang took Chen Ye to a pool of water. "That's it, there is such a pool nearby." Chen Ye's eyes flashed when he saw this puddle. He remembered the plot. The water pool in front of him was indeed the place where Chu Renmei's body was located. The location of the water pool is very remote, thanks to Li Qiang bringing him here. Otherwise, let Chen Ye look for it alone. It is estimated that within a day, he may not be able to find it. Chapter 82 Shura, more ruthless than Chu people. 5 more, Unexpectedly, after so many years, the water here is still very clear. After he finished speaking, Li Qiang was about to walk to the river, as if he wanted to drink 2 sips of water from his former hometown. "Master, I advise you not to do this." Chen Ye hurriedly spoke to stop. In the original plot, after Li Qiang drank the water in the pool, he was designed by Chu Renmei and died with a steel pipe through his throat. Chu Renmei didn't want to kill Li Qiang. Finally chose to do it because Li Qiang told others about her past. "Master, there may be dead bodies here. If you drink the water here, you will get sick." Chen Ye reminded me kindly. Father Li Qiang was not only kind, but also helped him. Of course, Chen Ye would not die. Hearing Chen Ye's words, Li Qiang gave up his thoughts. "Boy, you are right. Father, thank you for taking me here. Then, leave it to me. You can go back." Chapter 109. Chen Ye looked at the old man's back and whispered, "Now, it's her to be careful." waiting for Father Li Qiang to leave. Chen Ye glanced coldly at the water pool, then turned and left. Although he knew that Chu Renmiai's body sank in the middle of the pool. But Chen Ye is not a fool. Go to the middle of the pool to Chu Renmiai's body? Even fighting? Unless Chen Ye's brain is broken, he would do such a stupid thing. People. It's terrestrial creatures after all. Chen Ye would not be so stupid that he ran to the female ghost's home court and went to war with the female ghost. In the original plot, one of the male protagonists went down to the depths of the pool, trying to resolve Chu Renmiai's grievances. Result: being pinched to death by the Chu people. In a blink of an eye, Chen Ye once again came to the construction site just now. Who is the person in charge here? Chen Ye asked a worker. It may be that Chen Ye's temperament was so extraordinary that the workers did not dare to take it lightly. He pointed to a fat man with a white hat on the construction site and said, "That's the project manager, here he has the final say." On the construction site, those with white hats are generally high-level managers. Yellow hats are the lowest and are ordinary workers. There are also red hats and blue hats in the middle, both of whom have positions. Thanks. Chen Ye nodded and strode towards the fat manager. Before coming to the front, I heard the fat manager scolding people. The construction period has been delayed for 5 days. What do you do for food? Just give me the if you don't want to do it. A few blue hats were reprimanded by the fat managers so that they were afraid to look up. At this time, the fat manager felt that someone patted his shoulder from behind and quickly turned his head. You are? He definitely didn't know Chen Ye. Chen Ye smiled slightly. Are you a project manager? I want to borrow your water pump, large water pump, to use it. That's right. Chen Ye wants to drain the pool where Chu people are beautiful and hide their corpses. Who are you? You can borrow if you want to borrow? The Wanchai district is carrying a handle? So arrogant. The fat manager said uncomfortably. I am more arrogant than carrying a handle. Chen Ye said this sentence with a smile, but the movements on his hands were extremely cruel. Puff. He took out the black knife Qiushui directly from the personal warehouse, and cut off of the fat manager. Then, amidst the screams of the fat manager, he put the black knife on the neck of the fat manager. Now, do you want to borrow? Chen Ye still smiled. Borrow. Borrow now. You can borrow as long as you want. Feeling the sharp blade of the black knife Qiushui, the fat manager quickly said in horror. Isn't it enough? Lend me a box of gasoline by the way. Chen Ye said lightly. It is now the final moment of the battle. He and Chu Renmiai are either you or I. There is not much time, so he began to act unscrupulously. Next. The fat manager was very cooperative and instructed the workers to transport the 2 large water pumps on the construction site to the water pool, then connect the power supply and start the water pumps. Boom! The 2 water pumps started to work. It is worthy of being a large water pump weighing 10 tons. 2 of them are operating at the same time, and the water in the small pool is decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It is estimated that it will take less than an hour to drain the water from the pool. Looking at the increasingly shallow water pool, Chen Ye smiled. Chu people are beautiful. What are you fighting with me? Next. Is a crucial moment. Chen Ye felt that Chu Renmiai would definitely undermine his actions. The best way to damage is to destroy the 2 pumps or power supply. Therefore, Chen Ye maintained a high degree of vigilance and personally guarded him. Chapter 110. A worker suddenly stared blankly and walked towards the power source. Chen Ye knew from a glance that this worker was possessed by Chu Renmiai. In the original plot, Chu Renmiai has demonstrated the ability to possess her several times. Anyone who has drunk the water in the pool can become her possessive object. Chen Ye didn't say a word. The black knife Qiushui in his hand flew out, and under the control of Nian Li, like a laser, he directly cut off the poor worker's legs. See this scene. The fat manager and other workers screamed in fright. Later, they were horrified to find that the 490 colleague whose legs had been severed had no pain at all. With no legs, use both hands to crawl on the ground and climb firmly towards the power source. Such a weird scene directly frightened the fat manager and the workers. Chen Ye will not be frightened. Instead, he calmly waved his hand. Puff! The workers who were crawling had their heads chopped off and rolled around on the ground. Without his head, the whole body finally fell weakly. Is this worker innocent? Of course innocent. But Chen Ye doesn't care if you are innocent. At the critical moment, he would not show mercy when he dared to ruin his plan. After several copies, Chen Ye became cruel, and was already a qualified reincarnation. Listen well, from now on, no one is allowed to approach the water pump and generator. Chen Ye warned coldly. Immediately, the fat manager and other workers stepped back a few steps away from the pump. Chu is beautiful, the water is about to dry, what do you do? Chen Ye's winning ticket is in hand. Next moment, Chen Ye's expression suddenly changed. He felt that his left hand was starting to be out of control. At the last moment, Chu Renmei chose to take his body. Chapter 83 Shura wants you to die, Yan Wanjai can't keep it. Explain, on general construction sites, when digging the foundation, underground water seepage is very likely, so generally large construction sites are equipped with water pumps to pump groundwater. The last moment, Chu Renmei chose to go directly to Chen Ye's body. No wonder, this copy of the old corpse of the mountain village will be rated as a nightmare level. Once Chu Renmei resorted to this trick, how many reincarnations could bear it? And Chu Renmei failed to occupy Chen Ye's body completely because of Chen Ye's mental power as abnormal. A strong mental power represents a strong willpower. Chen Ye's mental power is 10 times that of a normal person. Coupled with the increase in the brave's heart, the willpower is extremely strong. Even if 10 Chu people came to possess themselves, they couldn't control Chen Ye's thinking. But Chu Renmei was obviously also anxious. In the case of her own failure, she actually chose to occupy one of Chen Ye's arms. Apparently, Chen Ye's trick of drawing money from the bottom of the pot to drain the water from the pool really made her feel scared. This is an absolute household plan. Once the water in the pool was drained, the beautiful body of Chu was exposed. With Chen Ye's strength and means, she could be rubbed against the ground. After taking control of Chen Ye's left arm, Chu Renmei immediately controlled her left hand to make a fist and blasted her fist to the water pump next to her. Next moment, a shocking scene appeared. Puff! A sound of cutting sounded. It's Chen Ye. He swung the knife directly and cut off his left hand. Cruel. Extremely cruel. The fat manager next to him, and the workers, were all stunned with disbelief. They have all seen ruthless people. But a ruthless person like Chen Ye is definitely the first. Chapter 111. Chen Ye's face turned pale. The blood flow was unstoppable at the broken left arm. But Chen Ye doesn't care. As long as he returns to the samsara space, the samsara system, he can heal all his wounds and his hands can grow back. So to Chen Ye, breaking his hand is not a big deal. If the severed hand cannot be recovered, Chen Ye will not be stupid and self-harm. Next moment. He felt something strange from his right hand. Hey? Are you here? I just let you take a hand when I wasn't paying attention. Now, do you think your trick is still effective for me? The voice fell, and the armed color was domineering, covering the whole body. Get out of here! Chen Ye shouted angrily. Suddenly, Chu Renmei's plan to seize power failed in an instant. Then, Chu Renmei tried several times to occupy Chen Ye's body, but they all ended in failure. Chu is beautiful, King Yama can't keep you today. Chen Ye snorted coldly. Although, Chu Renmei was also a poor person before her death. But Guan Chenai's shit? This ghost has troubled Chen Ye several times, and even forced Chen Ye to not continue to protect himself, which has completely angered Chen Ye. 10 minutes later. Boss, the water in the pool has been drained. The fat manager reminded in a low voice. He wants to go to the hospital as soon as possible. Chen Ye stood up and saw that the water in the pool was finally drained, leaving only a little stagnant water that could not be extracted. A corpse wrapped in straw mats surfaced and was exposed to the air. Over the past few decades, the corpse has long since turned into bones. But even if it became bones, the corpse's hands were still held high, holding the hideous beast claws, expressing the resentment of his lifetime. Obviously, this is the skeleton of Chu Renmei. In addition to Chu Renmei's bones, there is also a bracelet next to it. Decades have passed. The bracelet has looked old and black, and has been soaked in water for a long time. There are many seaweeds on it, and it looks dirty. Chen Ye's eyes lit up when he saw the bracelet. This is also a very important item. The bracelet was a favorite of Chu Renmei before she was alive. As long as it is brought back to Chu Renmei, the grievances of Chu Renmei can be resolved. Holding the bracelet in his hand, Chen Ye's eyes flashed coldly. Subsequently, Chen Ye stepped on the mud and strode towards Chu Renmei's bones. Suddenly, a female ghost wearing a blue robe with a disheveled hair appeared out of thin air and blocked Chen Ye's path. Ghost! Seeing the female ghost, the fat manager and the workers, they all yelled in fright and fled. Chen Ye ignored them, stared at Chu Renmei and smiled coldly. Do you think you can still stop me now? Finally, Chu Renmei spoke for the first time. What are you going to do to let me go? In the original plot, Chu Renmei finally speaks. Hearing this, Chen Ye laughed, but didn't bother to take care of it, and continued to stride forward. The Chu man opened his hair beautifully, revealing a disgusting face with black hair, and yelled at Chen Ye. Very horrible. However, in Chen Ye's view, this was only Chu Renmei's last struggle. Chen Ye chose to ignore it, and walked directly through Chu Renmei's phantom body, and came to Chu Renmei's bones. He picked up the bracelet and put it on one of Chu Renmei's hand. After putting on the bracelet suddenly emitted a burst of golden light. When the light dissipated, Chu Renmei's bones, the hands that were originally held, finally slowly dropped. What? Chapter 112. It seemed that Chu Renmei's grievances disappeared, and he couldn't harm others anymore. But what Chen Ye had to do was to completely eliminate this ghost lady. Not negotiable. Subsequently, Chen Ye arbitrarily moved his mind, and transported the beautiful bones to the dry shore. Then, he poured all the borrowed gasoline on Chu Renmei's bones and lit a fire. Boom! A raging fire ignited. Amidst the flames, there was another scream. The bones are Chu Renmei's greatest weakness. It wasn't until the bones were burned to ashes that Chu Renmei was truly wiped out. Congratulations! You have completed this main mission. Note, you will exit this world in 10 minutes. The main task is completed. Less than half a day. Because the female ghost Chu Renmei is dead, there is nothing to continue chasing Chen Ye. In 10 minutes, Chen Ye will be able to leave here. So Chen Ye stayed where he was and did not go to the army anywhere. When the flame went out, only a pile of ashes remained on the ground. A gust of wind blew by, revealing a touch of gold in the ashes. It is Chu Renmei's bracelet. In the raging fire, the golden color was restored. Chen Ye remembered the performance of the bracelet just now, so he picked it up curiously. However, his hand just touched the bracelet, and suddenly a system prompt came. Ding! Special items found. Chapter 84 is a sensation. Another super evaluation. What? Looking at the bracelet in his hand, Chen Ye was surprised. Unexpectedly, after killing Chu Renmei, this bracelet would actually become a special item? However, it is not an accident. Just now, when this bracelet was put on Chu Ren's beautiful wrist, it glowed with golden light, which was obviously abnormal. Will ordinary things glow? In any case, it was a surprise to get a special item. Chen Ye put the bracelet into his personal warehouse, planning to wait for it back, and then study it carefully. 10 minutes later, Chen Ye disappeared in place. Congratulations! Samsara, Shura, performed extremely well in the dungeon world of the Reincarnation Tower, the old corpse of the village. It took 6 hours to kill the female ghost Chu Renmei, overcompleted the dungeon task, and received a perfect evaluation, SSS. Super God. Reincarnation Square, Dungeon Hall, and Reincarnations who are performing tasks in the dungeon world. The entire reincarnation space, all reincarnations, all heard this broadcast. Super God Evaluation, SSS. Double appeared again. And the 490 people who have won this honor are also the Sura. Shocked. Very shocking. All the reincarnations who heard the broadcast looked shocked. This is the third SSS super evaluation that Shura has obtained. Moreover, the 3 SSS evaluations were completed in less than 10 days. Such a feat is absolutely unprecedented. The entire reincarnation space is boiling again. Here is coming, that man is coming again. Shivering, feeling the fear of being dominated by the Shura boss again. Here again, every time I hear such a broadcast, my brain hurts. Nima, how long is this? 3 times of SSS grade super evaluation? Is this the brush must be super god? Boss Shura, it's really all the time, not reminding me that I'm a trash. Chapter 113. Don't be silly, the reincarnation system can't take advantage of the loopholes. Any magic weapon in the copy world of the mountain village corpse will all fail. Hang it up, Mr. Shura is definitely done it. What a man like a god. The copy of the old corpse of the mountain village, I was killed last time, and I brushed it once, but I almost never came back. In 3 days, I was tossed by a female ghost 7 times. Fortunately, I tied myself up and was in the room. There was nothing, no food or drink, and I was hungry for 3 days. Then I survived. After I came out, I got severe depression. I really didn't think, how did you kill the female ghost? Brother. No wonder you haven't been very active recently, are you better now? I heard that Mr. Haikyuyi issued a reward to the great god Shura before? How do I feel that with the talent of Mr. Shura, it won't take long to kill Mr. Haikyuyi? I have this feeling too. The great god Shura is too fierce, and the few copies he has brushed are all super gods evaluations. Haha, I got the news. This time, a wave of people have also entered the copy world of the old corpse of mountain village. They want to besiege the of Shura and get a reward from his Haikyuu. Now it seems that they are all cold. Hi. Really? I have to lie to you? Does that rich second-generation great demon know? This time he killed the great god Shura, he organized it, do you see him come out? Fuck, is Shura god so cruel? This kind of wicked person with peerless talent, not cruel, can survive in the Samsara Tower? I have seen this through a long time ago, so yesterday the great demon king invited me to participate in the ambush plan. I did not go. It seems that my choice is very good. Correct. Brother, you are still smart. I don't think anyone can get this reward from Yi's Haikyuu. The Azura is great, now as long as the Azura is willing to sell the strategy and follow him, he can lie down as a boss. Fuck, it's true, Mr. Shura, please support. Following the prompt of the system, there was an immediate sensation in the otherwise plain space of reincarnation. All the reincarnations talked a lot, and once again set off an upsurge of discussion. The copy of the old corpse in Mountain Village is quite famous in the space of reincarnation. It is the first nightmare-level dungeon world. There have been countless daring people who challenged it, but 90% of the challenges failed, and they stayed in the Samsara Tower forever. Even those who survived by chance have suffered a major blow in their hearts and suffer from a serious psychological shadow. After the dungeon of the Samsara Tower is over, the system will indeed help the samsaras heal their injuries. However, only physical injuries are treated. The reincarnation system is not responsible for the trauma of the soul. Over time, this copy of Old Corpse in Mountain Village is an existence that all newcomers to the Samsara Tower hardly dare to touch. Most people now choose the relatively simple one-man's martial arts when they go to the second-level copy of the Reincarnation Tower. Therefore, everyone would be extremely shocked when they heard that Shura had taken 6 hours to kill the terrifying female ghost. What is even more shocking is that Shura's entry into the first 2 floors of the Samsara Tower is all super godly evaluation. What this means can be understood by anyone with a bit of IQ. If Shura is willing to train someone, as long as he reveals a strategy, he may be able to get others to get a super high evaluation. Thinking about it this way, the value of the Asura god is too great. At this moment, countless big forces are all eyeing Shura. Some want to win, some want to stifle the threat. In the bar of the entertainment city, Yi Zhi was drinking and relaxing in the private room, accompanied by 2 women, one giving him a massage and the other pouring him wine. Enjoy it very much. Suddenly, hearing the broadcast sound of the reincarnation system, Yi Zhi stood up abruptly, his face shocked. After a while, Yi Zhi's eyes flickered, and he directly chose to go offline. After returning to the real world, Yi Zhi came to his father's bedroom. "Father, are you asleep? Is it the 3rd child? Is there anything wrong?" "There is indeed something, I can't make up my mind, I want to ask you." There was a moment of silence in the room, and then a voice came out, "Help me get up and put on clothes." Chapter 85 Shura. Top fragrant pastry, 2 more, Capital. In the Ye family's study, Yi Zhi is reporting to his father. "Dad, tonight, that Sura has received a super evaluation again, and it's still a nightmare-level dungeon." Hearing this, the old man's muddy eyes suddenly burst out. Although the old man had never been to the reincarnation space, as a former leader, he knew much more about the reincarnation space than ordinary people. Regarding the SSS level evaluation, Mr. Ye has only recently learned that there is such a perfect level of super evaluation when brushing the dungeon. Before. Chapter 114. After a long time, Master Ye sighed, "This person is indeed a gifted, born reincarnation. With his talent and future achievements, he must be far above that gringo Adam." Yi Zhi asked, "Father, what should I do now?" The old man did not answer, but instead asked, "What do you think you should do?" Yi Zhi clenched his fist, then loosened it, and said in a low voice, "I have to say that this man's talent is indeed the most powerful I have ever seen. For the time being, I can't restrain him. He is not on the same level as me. Not in the same dungeon, and among the same level of reincarnation, no one is his opponent. I can't stop his rise." The master nodded and sighed, "You can think of this as the best father meant." The old man closed his eyes and a trace of unwillingness appeared on his face. Then he said faintly, "Revoke the reward for him. With this man's talent, I believe that even the elders in the center are hardened, and continue to be enemies with him. It is unwise, unless you can find a way to kill him. Could it be that Xiaojin's hatred? Just forget it." Yi Zhi was not reconciled. He is not actually concerned about the nephew's hatred. But after revoking the reward for Shura, he will lose face in the space of reincarnation. RWVEL.O. At any rate, he is also a member of the world's top 100 masters, a big boss. As a result, I was afraid of a newcomer. Passing it out will definitely damage his prestige. Of course you can't just let it go. The old man's face was calm, but his tone was full of hatred. A genius like this would definitely be unusual in the real world. Even if he is low-key, he will always reveal clues. Regarding his true identity, I will send someone to investigate. If we can't find it, we will endure it. If we find it. The old man didn't say the latter, but Ichi's Haikyuu understood the meaning. Okay, Dad, I get it. In the space of reincarnation. Now. Chen Ye's whole body was wrapped in a ball of red light, and his whole body was warm. His broken arm is rapidly regrowth, and after just a few breaths, the arm has completely returned to normal. Chen Ye squeezed his fist without feeling discomfort, just like his original arm. Several reminders sounded in Chen Ye's mind. Dear Samsara Sura, for completing the task, you will receive the following rewards. Samsara points, 50,000 points. Physical attributes, plus 30. Dungeon cooling refresh card, x1. Already stored in your personal warehouse. Golden treasure box, x1. Already stored in your personal warehouse. Chen Ye's eyes lit up when he heard the prompt from the system. It is indeed a nightmare-level copy world. It is also a super god-level evaluation. The copy reward of the Mountain Village Old Corpse is much higher than the copy reward of Zombie World War. The reward of reincarnation points alone directly surpassed 20,000 points. Chen Ye was very satisfied. In addition to the rewards of these systems, he also received a special item bracelet, whose function is temporarily unknown. This wave of hard work and adventure is very worthwhile. Subsequently, the system sent him to Samsara Square. You have a new communication message. Ake invites you to make a video call. Please handle it in time. You have a new communication message. Murong Chugzhu invites you to make a video call. Please handle it in time. Chen Ye just appeared on Samsara Square, and immediately received a communication request from a friend, and there were two at once. It was also thanks to him that he had intercepted the communication request of the stranger. Otherwise, his communication channel will definitely be bombed by countless people. Ask for flowers 0. Because there are too many people who want to find Chen Ye now. Temporarily refuse, the system, help me reply to them, I am temporarily out of time. Chen Ye opened his mouth and gave instructions. Then he got into the personal warehouse. He is about to open the treasure chest. Somewhere in reincarnation space. The video communication request you sent has been rejected by the other party, and the other party replied, temporarily unavailable. Hearing the system's prompt, the masked girl Ako's pretty face suddenly showed a gloomy look. She sighed and chose to go offline. The other side. Murong Chugzhu also received a prompt from the system. Unlike Ake, after she heard the system's prompt, Xiao's face was full of amazement. Chapter 115. Even Adam will give her a bit of face. It was the first time that a communication request was directly rejected. This made her feel a little surprised, a little uncomfortable. However, Murong Chugzhu was not angry. Now that she is in her current position, how could she be angry because of this little thing? Besides, people can't be in a hurry. After thinking about it, Murong Chugzhu gave instructions. System, help me leave a message for Shura, let him contact me as soon as possible after he is finished. She was so anxious to find Shura, because Shura's performance has been heard. Several elders in the center are all very interested in Shura. She needs to talk to Shura as soon as possible to test Shura's reaction. At the very least, Shura's attitude must be clarified and not be drawn to other forces. Now fools can see that it is only a matter of time before Shura surpasses Adam and sits on the throne of number 1 master. One Adam can overwhelm other nations, and it is difficult to raise their heads. This is really not bragging. If Adam wants to engage in a beheading and assassination operation, no one can stop it. And Shura, with even more amazing talent, has naturally become a top talent that every big power needs extremely. Don't worry, the protagonist will not join any forces, and Chapter 86 Stuck Murong Chugsyu's copy, 3 shifts, In the personal warehouse. Chen Ye took down the golden treasure chest, full of anticipation, and slowly opened the treasure chest. A burst of golden light flashed. Immediately afterwards, the system prompt sounded. Congratulations! You opened the golden treasure box and gained a fighting skill, Savage Collision. Savage Charge, active attack ability. After using this ability, the user launches a violent charge toward the front, immune to all damage within 5 seconds, and triples his own attack power. Attention! Brutal collision consumes a lot of energy, please use it with caution. After listening to the system prompts, Chen Ye was taken aback, slightly disappointed in his eyes. It seems that the Savage Collision ability is very good, and it can be used as a nirvana. In particular, the 5-second invincible effect can be used as a life-saving trump card at a critical moment. But this ability is still a lot worse in terms of practicality than the mind power ability. The potential is not as good as the power of thought. Actually, the Savage Collision ability is a top-notch existence in fighting skills. As long as it is used well, it can definitely achieve unexpected results. If Chen Ye wants to sell this ability, there must be a large number of people interested. Invincible in 5 seconds, this is a way to save lives. Chen Ye was disappointed because he felt a gap in his heart. In this copy of Zombie World War, the Golden Treasure Chest gives a mind power ability with unlimited potential. Chen Ye originally thought that the more difficult copy of the Old Corpse of the Mountain Village opened a golden treasure box, and the reward should be better than the previous one. The result is just the opposite. Compared with Nian Li, the ability of Savage Collision is definitely inferior. It seems that the things opened in the golden treasure chest are all good things, but which one is better? There is no definite number. They are all random. After a while, Chen Ye regained his mentality. Generally speaking, this copy of the rewards still made him very satisfied. With 50,000 points, he can improve his strength again. Then, Chen Ye directly spent 45,000 points, exchanged 150 points for his potential, and allocated them to his basic attributes, leaving 5,000 points for spare. It's not that Chen Ye didn't want to continue to improve his arrogance. Armed color domineering is easy to use. However, Chen Ye wants to continue to upgrade now, and simply can't afford to spend that point. It takes 240,000 points to upgrade the Grandmaster level of Armed Domineering to the point of superiority. That's right. That's 240,000. Not to mention Chen Ye, in the entire space of Reincarnation, there is no such a rich person. Note, the points required to upgrade skill proficiency are calculated based on the rarity of the skill. The more powerful the skill, the more expensive the upgrade. Chapter 116. Reincarnation Number, See Area, 90,086. Physique, 100. Spirit, 200. Strength, 114. Agility, 100. Distributable potential, 0. Skills, English, Proficient, Driving, Beginner, Shooting, Proficient, Camouflage, Proficient, Basic Knife Technique, Proficient. Special Skills, Armed Color Domineering, Grandmaster. Fighting Skills, Savage Collision. Ability, Thought Power. Reincarnation Points, 5,372. Comprehensive Evaluation, B. This is Chen Ye's current attributes. 4 basic attributes, all broken through 100. Moreover, the spiritual attribute is as high as 200 points, which is a pervert. There is absolutely nothing wrong with the calculation. The system also rewards 30 physique points. His comprehensive strength evaluation finally reached the B level. A newcomer who has just broken through the second floor of the Samsara Tower has reached a B level in his overall strength evaluation. It is absolutely shocking to pass it out. You know, the B level evaluation is already a very powerful character. In the entire space of reincarnation, they belong to the big shots. If Chen Ye wants to join a certain force in reality, he can become a high-level leader in minutes by showing his strength evaluation on his arm. Clenching his fist, feeling the surging power in his body, Chen Ye smiled with satisfaction. This feeling of controlling powerful strength made him intoxicated. In addition to the golden treasure chest and points, this copy also has 2 rewards. One is physique attribute plus 30, already calculated. One is the copy cooling refresh card. The latter is a good thing, allowing Chen Ye to continue to run into the 3rd-tier dungeon immediately. As far as Chen Ye knows, there is only one copy world on the 3rd floor of the Reincarnation Tower. One piece. This is a large-scale public copy world, divided into multiple stages, appearing in the Samsara Tower. In addition to the 3rd layer, there are also behind. For example, the 28th floor copy that stuck Murong Chugzhu is also one piece. According to online sources, the copy of one piece on the 28th floor of the Samsara Tower requires the Samsaras to participate in the big event battle on the top. The characters appearing there are all the top combat power in the world of One Piece, the kind that can destroy the world at every turn. Currently, among all the reincarnations, only Adam has passed this level. Chen Ye thought for a while, and did not use the dungeon cooling refresh card. In the copy of the old corpse of the mountain village, although he eventually defeated the female ghost Chu Renmei, he was very exhausted. Now he needs a good rest. Subsequently, Chen Ye picked up the special item bracelet he had just obtained. System, please check for me, what does this bracelet do? When the voice fell, Chen Ye received a prompt from the system. Special item, bracelet. This thing can resolve grievances and grievances. After sealing the beauty of the female ghost, it has a new function, random transmission. Random teleport, the female ghost Chu Renmei's weakened version, after use, can teleport the user out of a distance randomly, the maximum span does not exceed 5,000 meters. Note, the transmission function of the bracelet cannot be used frequently. It can only be used once within 24 hours. Hearing the prompt from the system, Chen Ye laughed and put away the bracelet with satisfaction. The ability of this random teleportation is very good, maybe it can save your life at the critical moment. In general, the harvest of this copy is very rich. Chen Ye is very satisfied. Why are there still people arguing about the God Creation Project 5.0? It is impossible for multiple people to support one person to become a god. First of all, points cannot be traded, only special items can be traded and sold. Special items are very difficult to obtain, not everyone knows the plot like the protagonist and can get special items. In addition, even if they get special items, they can't be sold easily. Take the protagonist as an example. The protagonist keeps SSS rating and lacks points so much. You think it's special? Who can the items be sold to? The space of reincarnation is very poor, and there is no possibility of local tyrants. Do you say that you have been brushing the copy to save points? Ordinary people can spend a few thousand points in the safe zone for at most thousands of points, exchange for more than a dozen points. This attribute point is gone, and the Tower of Reincarnation is even more impossible. Those who dare to brush a copy without improving their strength are looking for death. This is the last explanation. The chapters on the shelves are bought by everyone, and to clean it up is to respect the readers. I don't want to be suspected of adding up the word count. Get out of the personal warehouse. Chen Ye received the system prompt. Your friend Murong Chugzhu has given you a message. Chapter 117. Seems to be waiting for Chen Ye. When Chen Ye sent a video communication request, Murong Chugzhu quickly connected. Mr. Murong, good evening. Chen Ye greeted with a smile. Sura. Murong Chugzhu said directly, I'm in the 3327 private room of the Entertainment City Tea House, can you come over? I have something to talk to you. Chen Ye is fine now, and after thinking about it, he agrees. Okay, I'll be there soon. Hang up the communication. Chen Ye asked the system to send him to the Entertainment City Tea House, and then directly input the box number to enter the box. In the box, only Murong Chugzhu was alone. Sura, sit down. After Chen Ye sat down, Murong Chugzhu asked politely, what would you like to drink? Chen Ye shook his head, saying that he didn't use 29. Murong Chugzhu made her own choice, spending 70 points of reincarnation on the holographic screen and ordering 2 cups of Ning Shen tea. Soon. There are smart elves who bring tea in. This is Ning Shen tea, drinking it can calm your mind and refresh your mind. Murong Chugzhu introduced, Sura, you just made a nightmare level copy, and you must be very tired. Drinking it can warm your mind. Oh. Chen Ye picked up the teacup and took a sip, and then he was surprised to find that his tired brain really relaxed a lot. It's no wonder that when I first came, I found that there were a lot of people here. The tea here has this effect? The space of reincarnation is really amazing. Chen Ye sighed. Murong Chugzhu smiled slightly, did not answer, and said, Sura, I am looking for you this time, I think you should know the reason. By strategy? Chen Ye asked. This is one of the main reasons. Murong Chugzhu said, Sura, you can make a price for the strategy of the old corpse in Mountain Village. Chen Ye shook his head. What? Murong Chugzhu wondered, don't want to sell it. No. Chen Ye shook his head again, it's not that I don't want to sell, but that I don't want to cheat you. I want to deal with the female ghosts in the old corpse of the mountain village. The most important reason is fearlessness in my heart. Regarding this, I thank you so much, the heart of the brave given to me last time, helped me a lot. Hearing this, Murong Chugzhu was not surprised at all, sure enough. I should have thought of it long ago. I remember the female ghost in the old corpse of the mountain village. She killed people by creating hallucinations. The less powerful her heart is, the easier she will be killed. Speaking of this, Murong Chugzhu smiled, no longer entangled in the strategy of the mountain village old corpse. She knows. In addition to being fearless is an important reason for dealing with the female ghosts in the old corpse of the mountain village, Shura must have mastered other key information. I didn't continue to ask more, because even if Shura leaked this information, it would be of no use. There is no third heart of the brave anymore, FREWBNV. Don't talk about the strategy. Shura, I came to you this time, I also brought the above meaning. Murong Chugzhu asked, Shura, are you interested in joining the government and serving the country? Not interested. Chen Ye refused without hesitation. Murong Chugzhu smiled bitterly, Shura, don't you want to listen, what conditions are listed above? I'm not interested in listening either. Chen Ye said lightly, I like freedom and don't like being restrained by others. Even if I am a general directly above, I am still not interested. Mr. Murong, you don't have to say anything that will give me freedom. Even your strength will be sent to win me, this kind of freedom is not what I want. Chen Ye's remarks were categorical. Murong Chugzhu heard the words, but sighed and nodded, I see. Chen Ye was right. Even at her level, she would inevitably have to worry about the world. She was ordered to win over Chen Ye. What kind of freedom is this? It's a pity that Murong Chugzhu has no choice. The family where she was born is doomed to her destiny. Looking at Shura enviously, Murong Chugzhu asked again, Sura, your answer is in my expectation. I am not reluctant to make your choice. However, I hope you don't join other people's forces at will. God, if you want to rely on a force, please give priority to us. Those who are not our race will have different hearts. At least, we are compatriots. Of course. Chen Ye nodded and said, I just don't want to be restrained. It doesn't mean that I am not patriotic. Hearing this, Murong Chugzhu stood up with a smile. Sura, thank you for telling me frankly, I have to go back to my life, so I won't bother you to rest. Good. Chen Ye also stood up. Subsequently, Murong Chugzhu went directly off the assembly line, disappearing into the private room. Chen Ye thought for a while, and left the space of reincarnation, returning to the real world to sleep and rest. Real world. The West. In a dimly lit room, there were many middle-aged white men with fierce temperament. These people belonged to the CIA department of the Sam Empire, referred to as CTA. All of you here are the top CTA. At this moment they are gathered together, naturally for the meeting. And the core content of the meeting is Sura. The target is nicknamed Shura, and it is preliminary judged that he is a Chinese. Chapter 118. The name is different. Hearing this, the people around were a little shocked. 3 SSS ratings? Omega, this is incredible. Why isn't such a talent a Sam citizen? The director glanced at everyone and said solemnly, Mr. President is very concerned about the target and thinks the target is a potential threat. Give him a few more years, it may threaten the stability and prosperity of our country, so we must find his truth as soon as possible. Identity. What happens after you find it? Someone asked. Priority to win. The director said coldly, if the other party is willing to join Sam's nationality, it is our luck. If the other party refuses, for the prosperity of Miljian, we must eradicate this threat. Your task is to find someone, launch all spies, and at any cost, find this person as soon as possible. After finding this person, Mr. Adam will do it himself. Hiss. Everyone was shocked when they heard that Adam would make a move. That S-grade powerhouse has now become a spiritual symbol of Miljian. A meeting like this is being staged all over the world. Chapter 88, The identity of the boss has been exposed? 5 more, The next day. Early morning. After Chen Ye woke up, he washed and went downstairs to eat breakfast. Before Father Chen came back from get off work, Chen Ye didn't want to go to school so early, so he stayed at home and began to test his mind. The main reason is to know that with his current strength of mental power, he can control multiple objects by using his thought power. He first tried the TV. Very easily, the TV floated under the control of Nianli. Tried the refrigerator again. It's a bit heavy, but it's still not a big problem. The refrigerator also floated slightly under the control of his mind. Fortunately, Father Chen is not at home at the moment. Otherwise, seeing this scene, you still have to think that the house is haunted. Finally, Chen Ye tried the sofa again, and finally felt strenuous. He walked over and lifted the sofa with his hands, visually inspecting it to be about 400 to 500 catties. In other words, his current mind power, the amount of objects he can lift, is only about 400 catties. With 200 mental power, you can lift 200 kilograms of objects. This was speculated by Chen Ye. There must be some discrepancies in specific data, but the gap is not big, and there is no need to care about that much. Obviously, mental power and strength are completely different. With his current strength attributes, lifting 1,000 catties is no trouble. But the mental power is about twice as high as the power attribute, and the weightlifting effect of using mind power is still not as good as power. Of course, the greatest effect of the power of mind is that it is weird and invisible, making people hard to guard against. Practicality is definitely much stronger than pure power. Came to school. Chen Ye originally thought that what the students discussed must have something to do with his vest sura. Because last night he brushed out the SSS rating again. FREWBNV. This is not the case. When Chen Ye appeared in the classroom, he soon discovered that these students were all looking at him with weird eyes. Chen Ye was surprised. The identity that thought he was a big brother was exposed. He sat back in his seat calmly, and was about to ask what was going on with Zhang Tao, but Zhang Tao hurriedly asked him first. What's the matter? Old Chen, yesterday after school, I went to the toilet, and when Ziahua came to find you? I also invited you to her birthday party today. How do you know? Who else in the school doesn't know about this now? Even the uncle at the door said that you and Wen Ziahua have a kick. Look around, everyone sees your eyes. Old Chen, your kid is okay, silent. It doesn't sound, I actually got the warm school flowers. Zhang Tao's tone was full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Chen Ye heard this, but he was relieved. As long as the identity of the boss is not revealed. Don't talk nonsense, she invited me just because of friendship. Didn't I save her life last time? She just wanted to thank me. Chen Ye said these remarks a little louder, deliberately speaking to those young boys. At his mental age, he no longer wanted to play these naive jealous routines. He hates trouble, so avoid it if you can. Chapter 119. Really as simple as you said? Zhang Tao asked. Yes. Chen Ye nodded seriously. Zhang Tao reminded in a low voice, Old Chen, although I believe you, others don't believe me. I heard that after Zhang Tao and others knew about this, they threatened to block you after school and wanted to show you a good look. Chen Ye was speechless. Who is Zhang Tao? Hey? Old Chen, didn't you think you were choked by the river last time? You don't even know the genius of our school and the top rich second generation. Zhang Tao began to introduce in detail. 10 days ago, Zhang Tao got a B-level evaluation in Detective Chinatown and won 2,000 rounds of points. Do you still remember? It spread throughout the school at that time. Also, it was him who drove a sports car team to confess to Wen Ziahua before. At the last admissions meeting, this kid's comprehensive attributes were only slightly worse than Wen Ziahua. He has already been recruited to the same university as Wen Ziahua. Old Chen, if you are really interested in Wen Ziahua, you have to hurry up. Chen Ye finally got an impression and explained, I usually pay attention to such great gods as Shura, so I am confused. You can pull it there. The great god Shura is too far away from people like us, Having said this, Zhang Tao suddenly remembered that the friend in front of him, silently, had already reached the 4th floor of the Samsara Tower. With the talent of a friend, he is not too far away from the great god of Shura. Okay. I forgot about you, just when I didn't say it. Now Zhang Tao is asking you for trouble, what are you going to do? After Zhang Tao asked, he patted his forehead again, look at my memory, I always treat you as a dick. Old Chen, don't blame me for speaking straight, you are usually too boring, and you don't even tell me when you go to the Reincarnation Tower. I'm worrying for you in vain. If Zhang Tao dares to trouble you, remember to let me know. I want to see how he was beaten up by you, hee. Chen Ye was speechless, you two have such similar names, how can you make you look like an enemy? Damn, don't connect me to that kid. How many people in the school don't hate him? Zhang Tao said, Old Chen, promise me, if that kid dares to trouble you, he will be dealt with severely. Pause. Naive, not interested. Chen Yedao. He is really not interested in such things. Now he is most interested in the Samsara Tower. The pursuit of great strength has become Chen Ye's goal. Because the feeling full of power in his whole body made him intoxicated. At the end of the conversation with Zhang Tao, Chen Ye took out his mobile phone and prepared to look up the dungeon strategy of the 3rd floor of the Samsara Tower. That's right. Tonight he is going to break into a copy of One Piece. Not surprisingly. On the internet, his Vestsura once again swiped the screen. Before netizens mentioned Shura, many people were still a little bit unconvinced, thinking that Shura was just lucky. Now, netizens are asking, there is no shortage of pendants on the legs of Shura boss. An SSS level evaluation can be said to be a coincidence. The two SSS evaluations are barely coincidental. However, 3 consecutive SSS evaluations, whoever dares to say that it is a coincidence, is really brain dead. Chapter 89 Dungeon Task, Trouble. 6 more, There is no doubt that the great god Shura is a true god. Do you still need to say that? The great god Shura has long been my idol. Is the day dominated by the Asura god coming again? The Shura is too dick. I drank in the space of reincarnation last night. In the second half of the night, I heard that the big man Yi's Haikyuu had already withdrawn the reward for the big man Shura. Fuck? Really? Of course it's true. Many people know about this now. It's really true. I was there at the time, and Yi's Haikyuu was still talking, saying that he wanted to make friends with the great god Shura. Fuck, blame me for being ignorant, and I'm going all over the world. Is Yi's Haikyuu afraid? It must be scared. Asura is so talented, as long as he grows up, he will be the world's #1 master every minute, who is not afraid. The Shura is too awesome. As a newcomer, he scared off a big guy like Yi's Haikyuu. I heard that the great god Shura is a Chinese native. As a Chinese compatriot, I told the great god Shura that I am deeply honored to have a compatriot like you. Upstairs, don't think I don't know, you want to be close to the boss of Shura. The talent of the Asura is really amazing. I feel that those supernatural universities should invite the Asura to be a teacher. +1, if Asura is willing to be 507 teacher, I will be the first to sign up. Do you want to sign up? Then you have to see if other schools accept you. A school with the Asura god will definitely become a prestigious school. Yet, just rush to the strategy in the hands of the great god Shura. Those who want to sign up must have squeezed their heads. Ha ha ha, guys, go to the official website of the War Academy, the top super university. The school official has just released the news, saying that if the Shura boss is willing to teach, he will be treated directly to the deputy dean. Fuck, awesome. This wave of SAO Operation 666 at the War College. Of course, it's the Shura boss who is even more awkward. Discussions on the internet are in full swing. Have to say. Chapter 120. He is not a fool. Of course, it can be seen that this is just a slowdown strategy for One Leaf Nose Autumn. If One Leaf Nose Autumn finds a chance, the other party will definitely kill himself without hesitation. Chen Ye sneered in his heart, and didn't care about the compromise of One Leaf Nose Autumn. In the future, he will choose to kill the opponent if he encounters One Leaf Nose Autumn in the future. Subsequently, Chen Ye found the official Weibo of the War Academy, and he saw the dynamics posted on Weibo, and he really threw an olive branch on him. Shaking his head and smiling, Chen Ye closed Weibo and opened the Reincarnation forum. He is even less interested in being a teacher or something. In the Reincarnation forum, his Vestsura also swiped the screen. Many people are wondering how long it will take for Shura to be the first in the world. There is even an open outer game, betting on whether the next instance of Asura Great God can continue to get the SSS grade evaluation. Of course, this kind of suspected gambling post was quickly deleted by the administrator. Chen Ye stopped paying attention to these, went to the strategy area, and began to check the official strategy for the third-tier copy of One Piece. On the third floor of the Reincarnation Tower, there is only one copy world. One Piece. This is a big copy world. It will be divided into several sections and appear in the copy of the Samsara Tower in turn. Similar to the big copy world, there are Marvel, DC, Naruto, Transformers, Dragon Ball and so on. The official guide is as follows. Before reading this guide, the editor hopes that everyone must pay attention to the copy of the third floor of the Samsara Tower, and you must be prepared to do it again. Because, the third tier copy is not only a watershed of strength, but also affects your progress behind. Why do you say that the third tier dungeon is a watershed? Because of the third tier One Piece dungeon world, after completing the mission, there is a chance that you will get a special item in the legend, Devil Fruit. As for what the Devil Fruit is, I believe I don't need to introduce more, right? You can get powerful abilities if you eat it. Please pay attention, the third level dungeon, after completing the task, whether you can get the reward of the Devil Fruit depends on your performance. The better the performance, the rarer the Devil Fruit variety you get. So, please come back when you are ready. In addition to the important rewards of Devil Fruit, the copy of One Piece will also affect your progress. Because this is a large dungeon world, and it will appear in the dungeon of the Samsara Tower later. If you are not prepared at the beginning and perform poorly, you may not be able to get through the following tasks. Next, talk about the dungeon strategy of the third layer. The background of the dungeon world of One Piece is relatively simple. There are two big camps, Pirate vs Navy. What else to cut? Harmonious, Life Army Camp, don't think about it for the time being. After entering the dungeon world, you will face a choice of camp, either to become a pirate or to join the Navy. This choice is mandatory by the system. If you don't choose it, it won't work, and you only have 30 seconds to think about it. So, please think about it in advance, and then go to the copy to choose. No matter which faction you choose, the main task is the same. After becoming a pirate, the task is to make your bounty as high as possible within 7 days, and the pass line is 30 million berry. As long as it reaches the pass line, after the 7-day mission time is over, it will not be obliterated. After becoming a navy, the mission time is also 7 days, but instead of being offered a reward, it is gaining prestige points. Prestige value means fame and positive fame. The Navy's mission pass line is 3000 reputation. Of course, the higher the reputation, the better the reward. Whether it is to be a pirate and be offered a reward, or to become a navy to collect prestige points, the core of its mission is to make you mess up. Being a pirate and being offered a reward is easy, just kill a big man. Of course, don't kick the iron plate. The mission time is 7 days, and you are not allowed to quit early. If you kill a big man and you don't run away within 7 days and get caught, then you can only ask for more blessings. After becoming a navy, the task of collecting reputation is not difficult, because within 7 days, the Navy headquarters will hold an assessment. As long as you perform well, collecting 3000 reputation should be no problem. Chapter 90 starts hunting and killing the dragons to sacrifice to the sky. 7 more, Relatively speaking, becoming a pirate has a higher chance of getting a high evaluation. Finding a king of a small country to assassinate will definitely increase your bounty instantly. But in the same way, becoming a pirate is also more dangerous. You will be wanted by the Navy. In addition to the Navy, difficult bounty hunters, and even other people who are also pirates, may hold your head to offer a reward. Choose the Navy camp, it will be much safer. In the naval assessment, just work hard to show yourself. I believe you who can get to the 3rd level of the Reincarnation Tower, your comprehensive strength evaluation is at least above D level, right? Most of the Navy's soldiers are ordinary people. As long as you perform well, you will definitely stand out and earn enough prestige. Should you choose the pirate camp? Or the Navy camp? It depends on your own thoughts. My advice to you is that if you are unsure of your own strength, you might as well choose the Navy camp. At least safety is guaranteed. After all, life is the most important thing. Attention! One more thing very important. In the world of the 3rd level copy of One Piece, no matter what you do, your identity will always exist. Until you enter this copy next time, you will still use this identity. So, friends who want to choose to become a pirate and do big things later, please think twice before acting. After reading the official comment, Chen Ye was a little dissatisfied. Chapter 121. The reason for Chen Ye's dissatisfaction is this strategy, which is just a general introduction to the background. The focus is all on the advantages and disadvantages of the two camps, the pirates and the navy. And Chen Ye's biggest advantage is knowing the plot. In this guide, no plot-related information is mentioned. Without knowing what time period the plot will take place, Chen Ye will not be able to make his own plan. Certainly, this strategy cannot be said to be of no help to Chen Ye. At least, after reading the guide, Chen Ye knew the content of the mission. After knowing the specific task, Chen Ye's first choice was the pirate camp. The official guide, a bit good. Becoming a pirate has a higher chance of getting a high evaluation and it is more dangerous. Chen Ye knows the plot, and of course he knows that the most distinguished group in the world of One Piece is the Tianlong people. If he kills a dragon at the start, the bounty will definitely be overwhelming, right? At the same time, Chen Ye also knows that as the top noble in the copy world of One Piece, Tianlong people are not easy to provoke. If he really kills a Drago Knight, he will surely anger the world government, and the admiral will come to chase him personally. Chen Ye is very confident of his own strength, but he will not be arrogant to think that now he can be a tough admiral. That is the top combat power of the Navy headquarters. Every admiral is extremely terrifying. So, Chen Ye urgently needs to know the plot so that he can use the plot and make accurate plans. Otherwise, even if he found and killed the Tianlongren within 7 days, he would not be able to escape the pursuit of the admiral. Thought of this, Chen Ye continued to search in the raiders area to see the unofficial raiders. I have searched for several guides about the copy of the third layer of One Piece, and rarely mentioned the relevant information of the plot. The focus of these people is all on the choice of the two camps. After searching for a long time, there was still no information on the plot. Chen Ye was a little disappointed. If he doesn't know the plot, he can only enter the dungeon and act by himself. This way he is more passive. Chen Ye's first plan is still to assassinate the heavenly dragon, but he doesn't want to do things that are uncertain. After thinking about it for a while, Chen Ye planned to look back and ask someone who succeeded in breaking through the barrier. And he knew only one such person. Mirong Chugzhu. Chen Ye decided to go to Reincarnation space at night, first ask Mirong Chugzhu about the situation before deciding. In school, Chen Ye was like a salted fish for another day. He has decided not to go to university after graduating from high school. Boring. It's that Father Chen is not easy to explain. There are still 7 days before the college entrance examination. This week, let's get through it in school. At least get a high school diploma to give Father Chen a little comfort. Jingle bell. When the last class in the afternoon was over and the school bell rang, Chen Ye was about to drive away, but he was blocked again. The person who blocked him is not someone else, but the university flower. Chen Ye, school is over, should you be okay tonight? Chen Ye smiled bitterly when he heard Wen Xiaohua's direct words. Because. Looking at Chen Ye's eyes, the mental lads next to him were almost mad with jealousy. Even his best friend Zhang Tao, his eyes flushed with envy at the moment. After thinking about it, Chen Ye shook his head and refused. The college entrance examination is about to come. I have to review tonight, so I won't go to your birthday party. Happy birthday to you. It's not that these spiritual guys are looking for trouble. With Chen Ye's current strength, these spirited guys want to make trouble for him, and he can beat all the teachers and students of the school alone. Ask for flowers 0. It's Chen Yechen who doesn't want to attend any birthday parties. With this skill, he might as well sleep. Chapter 122. The typical thought of a straight steel man. When Chen Ye refused, everyone around was shocked. Tang Wen Xiaohua personally invited them twice, but Chen Ye actually refused? They couldn't imagine what Chen Ye had in his mind. Zhang Tao next to him was shocked to see that his friend refused even such a good opportunity. Although he likes to pretend to be coercive in front of Chen Ye and is also jealous of Chen Ye's good fortune, as a friend, he is qualified. Zhang Tao kicked Chen Ye and quickly explained to Chen Ye, "Wen Ziahua, don't listen to this kid's nonsense, this kid is probably a little nervous when he saw you, so he talks nonsense." 0. Old Chen, isn't it like this? Having said that, Zhang Tao deliberately stepped on Chen Ye's foot and signaled Chen Ye not to talk nonsense. Chen Ye knew what Zhang Tao meant, but he just didn't want to go. "What I said is true. I have to review and prepare for the college entrance examination. You have all been recruited specially, so I can't even pass the college entrance examination, right?" Grass. "Old Chen, you review your sister." Zhang Tao was anxious, "Don't think that I don't know. You have a day of staying today. Does your attitude look like you want to learn?" Chen Ye was a little embarrassed when he heard the words, but still did not change his words. Wen Xingyi nodded when he saw this, "I see, it's important for you to review." On the surface, when Wen Xingyi said this, his expression was very calm. In fact, she was very dissatisfied inside. Sometimes people are just like this, the more they can't get, the more they want to get it. Chen Ye's refusal inspired Wen Xingyi's inner stubbornness. At the same time, she also felt that Chen Ye seemed to be avoiding her. This made her even more suspicious of the connection between Chen Ye and Shura. So she opened the mouth and said, "You are ready to prepare for the college entrance examination. When you finish the exam, I will come to you again." Leaving this sentence aside, Wen Xingyi left her pretty face calmly in disregard of other people's shocked eyes. This girl is also a girl who does her own way, she doesn't care about other people's eyes when she wants to do. Chen Ye. He felt that if he didn't leave, he would be killed by the look in his eyes. Slipped away. Tomorrow, we will try to restore 10 more. This book is based on the story of the Samsara Tower, supplemented by the city. The next chapter will open the copy. You absolutely can't think of the form in which the protagonist will kill the dragon and escape the pursuit of the admiral. End. Chapter 91, the 5th place in the army, important chapters must be read, Old Chen, what do you think? As soon as Chen Ye walked out of the school, Zhang Tao chased it out from behind, hating iron and steel, and said, "Don't you cherish such a good opportunity? Are you not oriented properly?" Having said that, Zhang Tao deliberately walked away a few steps away from Chen Ye. "Fuck off. I just don't think about this for the time being." Chen Ye said, "The Samsara Tower is my pursuit. With no one around right now, Chen Ye doesn't need to act anymore." "Okay." Zhang Tao believed it. Because the strength that my friend showed last time really doesn't seem to be something that can be mixed in a safe zone. By the way, Old Chen, can you tell me? Zhang Tao lowered his voice and secretly asked, "How did you get past the copy of the first floor of the Samsara Tower?" "It's very simple. After entering, isn't there half an hour of preparation time? You can find a bow and arrow shooting club within half an hour, hold the boss inside, collect all the bows and arrows, and then find a tall building. Just hide on the top of the building and shoot. Be careful, don't make any noises, those zombies are very powerful, you can climb the stairs." Chen Ye said. Of course he would not tell Zhang Tao the most correct strategy. It is not that Chen Ye is stingy, but that this will expose himself. In addition, when Chen Ye traded with Murong Chugzhu, he was fair under the reincarnation system. If Chen Ye told others the best strategy, he would violate the fairness treaty and may be punished by the reincarnation system. And the method Chen Ye just said can also pass the test, but it can't get too good results. When Zhang Tao heard this, his eyes lit up and he asked, "That's how you came here? What evaluation did you get?" At that time, I killed hundreds of zombies and got an A-level evaluation. Chen Ye said nonsense with his eyes open. Fuck? So cool. Zhang Tao was obviously moved. Chen Ye reminded, but you'd better think about it before you go. Once you step on the Reincarnation Tower, there is no turning back. You can no longer brush the copies of the safe zone, you can only keep moving forward. Besides, if you are true, I'm going to make a copy of the Tower of Reincarnation. Let me give you a suggestion, don't believe the alliance that others say, it's a pit. Old Chen, thank you. Zhang Tao said earnestly, no matter if we are still in the same place in the future, you friend, I will make it. Okay, mother-in-law, is your road in that direction? Get out of here. Chen Ye scolded with a smile. Old Chen, before leaving, I would advise you again, the Wen school flowers are pretty good, at least not passionate, you cherish it. Abandoning these words, Zhang Tao left. When he returned home, Chen Ye settled the supper by himself, and then went to bed to rest. Chapter 123. It didn't take long for Murong Chugzhu to connect. Sura? It's rare to see you take the initiative to find me, is something wrong? Yet. I want to consult the boss about something, what do you want to drink? I invite you. What, the big guys are not big guys? Let's go to the tea house last night. Set up the box and tell me, I'll go over right away. Chen Ye came to the tea house, spent 100 points of reincarnation, booked a box, and then sent the box number to Murong Chugzhu. His box number is 1376. You cannot choose the box number yourself, and you will be in the back row in the order of first come first. It means that before him, 1375 people had booked a box. You know, the space of reincarnation has just opened, and there are so many people coming to drink tea, the business is really hot. Actually, the vast majority of reincarnations now regard the reincarnation space as their second habitat. Feu novo. Even if you can't swipe the dungeon, it will appear on time every night. This is already a habit. Chen Ye is having this trend. In the box. Not long after Chen Ye sat down, Murong Chugzhu arrived. Sura, good evening. Mr. Murong, please sit down, what would you like to drink? Ning Shen tea. Murong Chugzhu said, with her pretty face frowning, there seemed to be something worried. Chen Ye ordered 2 cups of Ning Shen tea and asked, seeing your face is not so good, is there something wrong? Murong Chugzhu nodded, with a serious tone, I am going to try to get to the 28th floor tonight. Chen Ye suddenly. No wonder Murong Chugzhu has been frowning, it turned out to be a copy of the 28th floor of the Samsara Tower tonight. For reincarnations, every time they go to the Reincarnation Tower, it is a test of life and death. Chen Ye couldn't help asking, are you sure? Who dares to say that he is sure about running into the Samsara Tower? Murong Chugzhu sighed. Chen Ye was silent. Indeed, for the Samsaras, none of the copies of the Samsara Tower are simple, and no one can guarantee that they will definitely survive. It's totally an exception for someone like Chen Ye who knows the plot. Don't talk about me, Shura, what's the matter with you looking for me? Oh. I also plan to use the 3rd layer dungeon tonight, so I want to ask you something about the dungeon, do you want to disclose it? Murong Chugzhu was a little surprised when he heard the words, are you getting the dungeon cooling card again? Yes. Chen Ye nodded, there is nothing to deny. Sura, you're too hard like this. Murong Chugzhu couldn't help but said, every time the Samsara Tower finishes brushing the dungeon, it is meaningful to arrange us to rest for a week. The purpose is to let us relax. After the rest, in the best condition, face the next instance. Chen Ye shrugged, I feel that I am in a very good state now. Upon seeing this, Murong Chugzhu knew that Shura had made up his mind with 5.0, so he stopped saying, okay, it depends on you asking me to drink tea, you can ask. Chen Ye didn't know what to ask for a while, so he said, Mr. Murong, can you tell me how you broke through? Me? I chose the naval camp at the time. In the naval headquarters assessment, I got the 5th place in the army, so I passed. Murong Chuxu said this, and suddenly added, by the way, Adam also chose the navy camp, and his assessment won the 3rd place in the army. Oh! Chen Ye's eyes flashed and he asked, what is the reward for the 5th place in the army? A grade evaluation, rewarded me with 8,000 points, a devil fruit of animal type. Murong blowing snowman is very good, answer all questions. Highly recommend a super science fiction. Free, Recommend a super science fiction just now, I returned from a black hole trip. I read a few chapters of this book, and it's really awesome. It has 300,000 words written by a friend of mine. If you are interested, you can click to read it. The first book to search for black holes is it. Introduction. Philo's most science fiction, click on the 10 chapters, don't just spray on hardcore. In 2102, Luo Ji, the chief scientist of China, who developed antimatter, solar sails, and controllable nuclear fusion spacecraft liftoff engines, when he was 100 years old, took the spacecraft on his last space trip, but encountered a black hole. Shuttle through the black hole, Luo Ji is reborn. Starting from a space travel company, anti-gravity vehicles, manned rockets, Earth landing on the moon, moon bases, Martian immigration, and even flying out of the solar system to rule the galaxy. In this life, let me dominate the universe. Luo Ji. Chapter 92 Shura, don't provoke the Admiral, 2/10, Chapter 124. Murong Chuxu said earnestly, everyone can only take one devil fruit. If you pass this time, the reward you will get is not a rare variety of devil fruit. Try not to take it, lest you regret it like I do. Chen Ye heard the words and nodded in agreement. He knows the plot, and of course he understands that the devil fruit can't be used indiscriminately. If he doesn't use it well, he gets an embarrassing ability that will affect his life. Actually, Chen Ye wanted to know, what devil fruit Murong Chuxu took. Actually regret it so much. But this topic involves Murong Chuxu's privacy. The relationship between the two is not so familiar yet, so it is best not to ask indiscriminately, so as not to cause unpleasantness. Mr. Murong, you got the 5th place in the army at that time. I don't know who the first 4 are. Chen Ye asked. Hey? It's been a long time, I think about it. Murong Chuxu thought carefully, and said, the first place is a blind man. His nickname seems to be Tenghu. Don't think of him as a blind man, but he is very strong. I have seen him compete with martial arts, and his sword skills are very powerful. And also possesses a powerful devil fruit ability. Hearing this, Chen Ye seemed calm on the surface, but was suddenly startled in his heart. Fujitora? Isn't this the future admiral? Of course it's great to be an admiral of the navy. But Chen Ye knows the plot and remembers the story about Fujitora. This guy only joined the navy after the war on the top. In the 2 years after the top war, the former Admiral Aquino was promoted to Marshal, and the former Admiral Aiji left the navy. 2 seats were vacant for the 3 generals, so the navy conducted a world conscription. At this time, Fujitora participated in the world conscription. In 2 years, through the world conscription, he became an admiral of the admiral with great strength, code-named Fuji Tiger. Together with the Green Bull and the Yellow Ape, they are called the 3 new generals. If the timeline of the 3rd level copy of One Piece really took place 2 years after the war on top, then why did the timeline of the copy of One Piece on the 28th floor reach the war on top? Isn't it said that the timeline is progressing normally in the big copy world? And in the big copy world, the identity is determined for the first time, and then this identity will be used in the subsequent copy worlds. Why is there such a timeline disorder? Murong Chugzhu continued, the second name is Flying Squirrel. He is very tall and has strong physical skills. He is also a master of swordsmanship and a powerful character. Third place. I'm sorry, it took too long to remember. I remember the fourth place very clearly, because I was defeated by him at the time. His name is Smog. He is a recruit. He likes to have 2 cigars in his mouth and is capable of smoke fruit. After listening to Murong Chugzhu's words, Chen Ye was shocked again. Smoky Smog? This is also a celebrity in One Piece. Subsequently, Chen Ye was completely confused. Because, Murong Chugzhu said, Small is a recruit in the 3rd layer copy of One Piece. Plus the future Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel. Judging by this information, the timeline of the copy of One Piece on the 3rd floor of the Samsara Tower should be before the protagonist Luffy goes to sea. But what about Fujitora? Why did you join the Navy in advance? Malicious modification of the reincarnation system to increase the difficulty? In order to confirm it clearly, Chen Ye asked, Mr. Murong, who was the Admiral of the Navy when you were doing the 3rd tier copy? What was the name of the Marshal? The Marshal is the Warring States period. There are 3 generals in the Navy, the Red Dog, the Green Pheasant, and the Yellow Ape. Speaking of this, Murong Chugzhu warned with a serious face, Azura, if you choose the pirate camp, don't provoke these people, especially the 3 generals, who are the highest combat power in the Navy headquarters. Each one is very terrifying. Hearing Murong Chugzhu's words, Chen Ye finally determined that the timeline of the 3rd layer copy world of One Piece should be before Liu Fei went out to sea. As for why Fujitora joined the Navy in advance, it should be the reincarnation system that made the task difficult. Thank you for reminding. Chen Yedao. The 3 Navy generals, fools will provoke them. His goal is still the Tian Longren. But, with such a timeline, it was really not easy for him to find a Tian Longren to kill. Because the main storyline has not yet begun, that is to say, Chen Ye cannot use the storyline to ambush the Tian Longren. The only place he knew that there were Dracos was the holy place Maria Joa. However, with his current strength, to go to the Holy Land Maria Joa, it is really an old birthday star to eat arsenic, a long life. Boss, when you rushed to the 3rd level dungeon, did you hear about where there is a celestial dragon? Chen Ye asked. Dragon? Is it the kind with bubbles on his head? Yes. At the time the Navy headquarters was there. After the naval assessment, a representative of the Tianlong people will come over to crown the top 3. Speaking of this, Murong Chugzhu asked in surprise, Shura, don't you plan to choose the pirate camp and go to the Navy headquarters to assassinate the Tianlongren? I advise you to dispel this idea, it is too dangerous. That is the Navy headquarters where the masters gather. Even if you successfully get in, you can't get close to the Tianlongren. Although the Tianlong people themselves have no strength, they are world nobles, and they are protected by masters. Moreover, the Admiral Huang Yuan is a person with the Shining Fruit ability, and the attack speed is close to the speed of light. Is already dead. Chen Ye nodded, agreeing with Murong Chugzhu's words. Go to the Navy headquarters to play an assassination? It's no different than going to the Holy Land Mary Joa to die. However, Chen Ye still did not dispel the idea of assassinating the Celestial Dragon. Chapter 125. Chen Ye's eyes flashed suddenly. 6 days? In other words, if he chooses to assassinate the Tianlongren, he will be able to avoid the generals chasing after insisting on a day. Mr. Murong, thank you for your information. I owe you a favor. Chen Ye said seriously. Murong Chugzhu laughed, okay, your favor should be very valuable, I will accept it. The information provided by Murong Chugzhu helped Chen Ye a lot. Chen Ye thought for a while and asked, by the way, Mr. Murong, you are going to the 28th floor tonight. I heard that it is also a large copy of One Piece. He didn't want to owe favors, he was ready to ask if he could give Mirong Chugzhu back. Yes. Mirong Chugzhu nodded. When she mentioned her copy, her pretty face was full of sorrow. What is the mission of the 28th floor? Chen Ye asked. Mirong Chugzhu shook his head and said, I don't know. The only person who has broken through this dungeon is Adam. He is our opponent. He will definitely not disclose relevant information. I only know that the 28th floor dungeon mission will be followed by a big deal. The incident is related to the war on the top. It is the strongest big pirate Whitebeard in the world of One Piece. He wants to go to war with the Navy headquarters. The strongest big pirate? Then you have to find a way to avoid it. Chen Ye reminded vaguely. The Whitebeard is too fierce, and he fights alone. Few people are his opponents. Mirong Chugzhu nodded, and said, I'm afraid that the main mission is related to Baybeard. That's really unfortunate. Chen Ye silently said that he could only wish Mirong Chugzhu good luck in his heart. Even Mirong Chugzhu didn't know the mission, so what kind of help could he offer? Tonight, you are doing a copy, is there anyone else with you 507? Chen Ye asked. No. Mirong Chugzhu shook his head and said, I am the only one who is stuck on the 28th floor. Speaking of this, Mirong Chugzhu suddenly said, Sura, I suggest you don't rush to swipe the dungeons after the 10th floor, and be more prepared before you go. Because there are fewer reincarnations at higher levels, and there is no experience from the predecessors. You have to fumble alone, it's not easy. Samsara forums, should you watch it often? There are very few guides above the 10th floor. Dungeon strategies above the 20th floor are even rarer, and there are no dungeon strategies above the 25th floor. This is because there are very few people in the world who can pass through the 25th floor of reincarnation. In our country, there are a total of more than 30 people who have come to this step. The copy strategy on the 25th floor and above has also become a state secret. No leakage allowed. Sura, after passing the 25th floor, you may be very lonely, often in a large dungeon world, and you are the only one to do the task. Chen Ye nodded. He had already thought about the problem Mirong Chugzhu said. The copy of Samsara Tower is definitely getting harder and harder. Less and less people passed. People like Mirong Chugzhu and Adam are now using the public copy as a single copy. There are advantages to competing without other reincarnations, and the disadvantages are equally obvious. It is not only alone, but also unable to find allies to help. Afterwards, Chen Ye asked the doubts in his mind, Mr. Mirong, I said something bad. Since you are not sure, why do you have to try? The reincarnation system did not force the reincarnation to refresh the dungeon. Once the mission fails. Mirong Chugzhu sighed, and only said one sentence, I got news that Adam had already passed the 30th floor last night. Suddenly, Chen Ye understood Mirong Chugzhu, why suddenly he rushed to refresh the copy. This is because once Adam gets to the 33rd floor first and gets the preliminary authority of the reincarnation space, it will be a disaster for the reincarnations in the country. At present, Mirong Chugzhu is the only one who can compete with Adam in China. Obviously, Mirong Chugzhu was not sure about it, but insisted on going to the dungeon, not just for herself. She shoulders the hope of the country. Thinking of this, Chen Ye was in awe. Mr. Mirong, I look forward to your victorious return. Chen Ye said seriously. He seldom admires a person, and he truly admires Mirong Chugzhu. Mirong Chugzhu smiled slightly, Sura, I hope you can get good grades again. It took Chen Ye and Mirong Chugzhu 40 minutes to talk. After the two separated, Chen Ye directly issued instructions, System, send me to the Samsara Tower. Next moment, Chen Ye appeared at the gate of Samsara Tower. FREWBNV. Then, Chen Ye did not hesitate to use the copy cooling time to refresh the card. He will not pin his hopes on others. Chen Ye felt that with his own copy speed, he might not be able to catch up with that Adam's progress before Adam brushed the 33rd copy. Chapter 126. The elf appeared out of thin air and came to him. Hello, dear Samsara Sura, what kind of help do you need? I'll make a copy. Chen Yedeo. This dungeon world is one piece, may I ask, are you sure to enter now? Determine. When Chen Ye made a choice, he was immediately sent into a white room. What surprised Chen Ye was that at this moment, at least 100 people gathered in the white room. Everyone was talking, and the whole room seemed noisy. Obviously, these people are all here to brush the copy of One Piece. It is worthy of a big copy world, and the number of participants is large. The countdown on the wall shows that there is still 15 minutes to open the copy. Chen Ye found a corner and sat down and waited. Hey! You, are you the Azura god? Suddenly there was an exclamation from the side. Suddenly. The whole room is quiet. Now as long as it is in the space of reincarnation, no one does not know the name of Shura, and the image paintings of Shura are also circulated in the hands of reincarnations. Everyone knows that Shura is the image of a masked assassin. It's Shura god. Fuck, the Shura also came to brush this copy? Didn't you just finish the second layer yesterday? You are stupid, there is something called Dungeon Cooling Time Refresh Card. Yesterday, I just published an SSS grade super evaluation. The great god Shura came to dungeon again today. Isn't it too hard? As expected to be a great god, this desperate energy far surpasses us. The reincarnations around, all looked at Chen Ye and talked a lot. Chen Ye was speechless, so he closed his eyes and ignored it. At this time, a girl in the image of a princess came to Chen Ye. Hello, Lord Shura, can I form an alliance with you? My family is rich, and I am also very beautiful. Everyone. Fuck, sister, can you be more reserved? Many male reincarnations looked at Chen Ye with a little envy. Maybe, this is the boss. Chapter 94 Shura New Vest, Pirate Mundo. 4/10. Cannot. Chen Ye refused without hesitation. What kind of stuff, come and form an alliance with him. Don't refuse. I look really beautiful, as long as you are willing to take me, I can fly to your city anytime. Chen Ye. Faced with such a person who destroys the three views, Chen Ye simply closed his eyes and made a blind eye. The princess said a few more words, seeing that Shura ignored him, and finally gave up unwillingly. Chen Ye still underestimated the lower limit of others. Many people do everything in order to become strong, and things that have no bottom line have happened. This princess was able to reach the third level because she was brought up all the way. As for the price she paid, only she knows. In the next few minutes, reincarnations still came in. It wasn't until the last 10 minutes that the reincarnation system closed the passage and stopped entering people. Attention everyone, reincarnations, after 10 minutes, start to teleport the mission world. So far, in the White Room, nearly 150 people have gathered. In the last 10 minutes of preparation, these people gathered together in twos and threes and began to discuss the plan in a low voice, obviously all in alliances and groups. Of course, there are many people who are alone like Chen Ye. Chen Ye found that many people were staring at him. With a sneer in his heart, no matter what purpose these people have, if they dare to provoke him, Chen Ye wouldn't mind sending them to see the king in advance. Time passed by every minute. 10 minutes passed quickly. The system prompt sounded again. Start teleporting countdown, 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Chapter 127. Please choose your camp. Option 1, Pirate Camp. Option 2, Navy Camp. Note, this world is a large copy world. After the faction is selected, it cannot be modified. Please choose carefully. In a red envelope, all those who participated in the reincarnation of this dungeon were prompted by the system. Chen Ye chose the pirate camp according to his own plan. After choosing the faction, Chen Ye jumped out of a virtual interface. In the virtual interface, there is a character in the image of a Cyclops pirate. The Samsara Sura, this is your default image in this world. If you are not satisfied, please modify it in time. Hearing the prompt from the system, Chen Ye immediately began to modify. The first thing he removed was the Cyclops. It's a violation. In addition, the Cyclops is a robber and bad guy at first glance, which will affect his next plans. After some revisions, Chen Ye changed his image to look like a burly man with a simple face, and he was satisfied with the work. He only made changes to the image, nothing else. The default name given to his new identity by the system was Mondo, and Chen Ye did not modify it. Then, Chen Ye's identity in the world of One Piece was thus completed. Confirmed, good luck. The prompt sound of the system falls. The red light in front of Chen Ye immediately disappeared. When Chen Ye regained his sight, he was already in a dilapidated cabin. The clutter in the cabin is messy, the smell is unpleasant, and many places are still leaking, which makes people suspect that the ship will sink in the next moment. Hey! Mundo, get up quickly, the boat is docked. A lean man came to Chen Ye. This guy has a pointed mouth with monkey cheeks and a pair of triangular eyes, which is not a good thing to look at. When Chen Ye stood up, the thin man said, Mondo, you promised me. After landing, you will invite me to drink good rum. Let's go, I want to drink it now. Chen Ye's appearance changed drastically, showing a simple smile. It's okay to drink, you tell me first, where is the navy nearby? The thin face changed. Hey, Mundo, you are not sleeping, stupid? Don't forget that you are a pirate, why go to the navy for? Tell me where there is a navy, you will have good rum to drink. Okay, although I don't know what you are going crazy, after getting ashore from here, you will go east, maybe you can reach Marin Vander before dark, where is the navy headquarters and there are navy everywhere. Speaking of. Chen Ye nodded and walked away. The thin man chased behind him and shouted, Hey, my rum! After Chen Ye went ashore, he kept walking towards the east, and finally saw the island of Marin Vondo. Ask for flowers 0. The thin man was wrong. Chen Ye only took 3 hours to arrive here, and he didn't need to be dark at all. Because with Chen Ye's current agility, he runs no slower than a car. At this moment, Chen Ye had changed his clothes. He looked like an ordinary rural man, except for his stature. Chen Ye is now in a small town. Standing by the port, you can see the island of Marin Vander in the distance. The headquarters of the navy is located on the island of Marin Vander. Chen Ye's next plan, of course, is to get into the navy headquarters. But he needs to change his identity. After walking around in the small town, Chen Ye has been watching all directions and listening to all directions. 0. Due to the proximity of the navy headquarters, there are many navies in the town. Also because of the navy headquarters, the town is not harassed by pirates, and it looks lively and prosperous. At this time, Chen Ye changed himself into a sincere image, and the benefits were reflected. When the naval soldiers on the roadside saw him, they would not think he was a bad person. If it is the image of a Cyclops, it will definitely not be so smoothly mixed into the town. On some walls in the town, there are also advertisements for recruiting soldiers from the navy. Today is exactly the last day. Subsequently, Chen Ye came to the recruiting station. But Chen Ye didn't go in and apply for the job directly. All fools know that there are certain basic requirements for navy recruitment, and it is impossible for anyone who knows or not to ask for it. At least the household registration question will be asked clearly. This is what Chen Ye lacks. Chapter 128. Chen Ye has set his goal, a simple and honest man who looks very similar to him. This guy had just come out of the recruiting camp, with a happy smile on his honest face. He was obviously selected successfully. He walks like flying, and he wants to tell his aunt the good news as soon as possible. But I don't know that behind him, a devil is staring at him. Explanation: Adam and Murongchuixia brushed the third layer copy. They were not on the same day. Their results did not conflict. Murongchuixia learned about it later, but I didn't write it clearly, sorry. End. Chapter 95 Naval Hero, Carp. 5/10. Please note, the mission is released. Main task: make your bounty at least more than 30 million Baileys in 7 days. Task time: 7 days. Mission failed, obliterate. Warning: don't disclose to others, regarding the existence of reincarnation space, offenders will be obliterated. Hint: within 7 days, the higher your bounty, the higher the task evaluation you will get. The system's task reminder comes as scheduled. Chen Ye had already known the content of the task, so his face was calm. Following the honest man who had just elected Shanghai soldiers, Chen Ye came to a small room. Auntie, I'm in the Navy. I can finally leave this broken place. You don't need to drink to celebrate. I will set off with the large army tonight to the Navy headquarters of Marine Vander. Yes, I heard that I went to the Navy headquarters, and there is another assessment. I will not come back for the time being. You just need to give me a little more berry money. Take care of yourself, don't worry about me. You're so long-winded. I'm leaving. After an hour. The body of the honest man was buried in the back mountain. When he died, his eyes were staring, and he couldn't squint. Chen Ye calmly buried him without any fluctuations in his heart. It's so cruel and ruthless. Afterwards, Chen Ye took away the man's identity certificate and the apprenticeship certificate issued by the recruiting soldiers, and turned and left here. According to the news leaked by the man before his death, all recruits must leave the town by boat tonight, arrive at Malin Vander, and participate in tomorrow's assessment at the Navy headquarters. Coincidentally, the man's name is also called Mondo. In other words, Chen Ye no longer needs to change his name. When he arrived at the recruiting station, Chen Ye easily mixed in. He has the ability to disguise, proficient, and he clearly occupies the identity of others, but he hasn't missed a bit of his feet, and his expression is very natural. Under such circumstances, who can tell that he is a fake Mondo? In the backyard of the recruiting camp, a large number of trainee soldiers have gathered at this moment, and everyone is talking, and it seems very lively. Many young boys are excited and proud of being a Navy. After Chen Ye entered, he found a corner that no one was watching, rested and waited. The sound of these recruits' discussions continued to be heard in the ears. Hey, Yamamoto, why does the Navy recruit so many new recruits this time? I heard that it was because of what the pirate King Roger said before his execution that made many people become pirates. The Navy is not manpowered enough, so it recruits soldiers, right? Thanks to that person, we can successfully become the Navy. Thank him so much. Hey! Just a pirate. When Chen Ye heard this, he confirmed that the main storyline has not yet begun, and the protagonist who vowed to be the One Piece might not have gone to sea yet. With the passage of time, as the sun was about to set, a captain-level officer walked in and announced loudly that the Marines should receive uniforms according to their size, and then gather at the seaside port. Chen Ye followed a group of Marines to the uniform collection point and received a medium-sized uniform. Although he is now a burly man with a height of 1.85 meters, he is definitely a big man among humans. However, in the world of One Piece, there are many large non-human beings. Human beings 2 or 3 meters tall are everywhere, and there are even giants. Therefore, Chen Ye's height is only worthy of a medium uniform. Putting on the uniform of the Navy, Chen Ye followed everyone to the port. A Navy warship just arrived at the port. Seeing the recruits, an old man's hearty laughter came from the bow. These recruits are very energetic. It was a tall, broad-chested, muscular old man with a scar on his left eye. His eyes are blue and he has short grey hair. Wearing a navy justice cloak, his shoulder pads are black and red, and the 2 stars on his shoulders indicate that the opponent is currently a lieutenant admiral. When Chen Ye saw this old man, his pupils suddenly shrank. Knowing the plot, he is very familiar with this old man. Monkey D. Carp. A Navy hero, a legendary figure, is called Tekken Carp by people. At the same time, he is also the grandfather of the protagonist Luffy. Chapter 129. Unexpectedly, it was an honor to be picked up by us. Many recruits who recognized Carp were excited. Chen Ye lowered his head tightly so as not to be noticed by Carp. He is still unable to fight this old man. Once the old man discovers that his true identity is a pirate, I am afraid that he will not escape the iron fist of love. Seeing that the recruits saw the hero Carp, they seemed a little commotion. A captain who maintained order loudly said, "Don't mess around, line up, and walk into the cabin one by one in order." With the captain's scolding, the recruits gradually calmed down and entered the cabin in order. After all the recruits got on the ship, the warship returned immediately. FREWBNV. On the way, Chen Ye was extremely low-key and didn't make any small movements. Even if there was a guy next to him who was seasick and vomiting, Chen Ye was expressionless, just like a okay person. Finally, after an hour, before the sky fell completely, Chen Ye and the other recruits arrived at Malinvander Island smoothly. Chen Ye discovered that apart from their new recruits, there were also warships carrying recruits coming from other directions. It looks like the assessment held at the Navy headquarters this time is very large. Probably because the Navy is indeed insufficiently manpowered, it is only in this way that talents are selected as soon as possible in this way. After arriving at Malinvander Island, Chen Ye saw many familiar faces. Immediately afterwards, under the arrangement of a captain, he lived in the recruits' dormitory. A dormitory has 6 beds in total. It seems that Chen Ye was the first to arrive in this dormitory. He just put down the quilt he had brought, and the door of the dormitory was pushed open. A sturdy young man with 2 cigars in his mouth walked in. "Hello senior, I am Smog, please advise." Chen Ye was taken aback. Looking at the young and polite smoker Smog, Chen Ye couldn't help but sigh with emotion. What a coincidence! "Hello, my name is Mundo, and I am also a new recruit, not a senior." Chen Ye smiled. Chapter 96 The 3 Navy Generals, Grand Debut, 6/10. Chen Ye's plan is actually not complicated. He wants to assassinate the Tianlongren. The only chance is for the representative of the Tianlongren to appear in the Navy headquarters after the naval assessment is over. Because the main storyline has not yet begun, he can't find the Dragonite based on the storyline. The world of One Piece has a huge map. The system only gave 7 days. It is very difficult to find the whereabouts of a Tianlongren in 7 days. Therefore, he disguised himself as a navy, mixed into the Navy headquarters, looking for an assassination opportunity. But the Navy headquarters master is like a cloud. It is very difficult to assassinate a Tianlong who is under key protection in this environment. According to the information provided by Murong Chuxu, when the naval assessment is over, the top 3 will be received and crowned by representatives of the Tianlong people. What Chen Ye has to do is to participate in the assessment as a fake navy, get a good ranking, and wait for the representative of the Tianlong people to be interviewed. Only in this case can he approach the Tianlongren safely. This is Chen Ye's plan. Very dangerous. As long as there is a slight error in one link, Chen Ye may not be able to complete the mission and will be chased by the admiral. "Senior, can I sleep here? There are windows here to blow away my smoke." The young smogger pointed to the bed next to Chen Ye and said, looking a little excited. It is his dream to be in the Navy. "Of course." Chen Ye said with a smile, "Also, just call me Mundo." Okay, Senior Mondo. Thank you for your generosity. Smog happily put down his quilt, and suddenly asked, by the way, Senior Mondo, don't you mind the smoke on my body? This is my fruiting ability, and it doesn't actually affect you. Don't mind. Chen Ye smiled and shook his head. Senior Mondo, you are really a kind and generous person. Smog said sincerely. At this time, the door of the dormitory was pushed open again. A strong man, nearly 2 meters tall, walked in. Both Small and Chen Ye looked at the strong man. Chapter 130. Hey, smoker, you occupy my bed. Before I get angry, quickly take away your dirty stuff. Smog is still relatively immature, but it doesn't mean he is a fool. The beds here are first come before come. I'm here before you. My uncle doesn't care when you come. I said that this bed belongs to me, and it belongs to me. Chen Ye sat on the bed, showing a good look. Smog was helpless. He had just joined the navy and didn't want to cause trouble. But this strong man was obviously looking for trouble for him, and he was not willing to swallow his anger. Next moment, Smog's body suddenly swelled and turned into a giant of smoke. The top of his head was almost on the ceiling, and then it stopped growing and looked at the brawny man condescendingly. Those who can and are capable. The strong man paled with fright and stammered. This is my bed, do you have any comments? Smaller asked. No, no more. After hearing this, Smaller lost his abilities and returned to his normal size. The brawny man didn't dare to see Smog again. He didn't expect to turn his head and yelled at Chen Ye viciously, what are you looking at? Why don't you let this uncle? Boom! The strong man flew out before he could finish his sentence. Chen Ye sat back on the bed calmly, as if nothing happened. Small was taken aback. He just said that Senior Mondo is really a kind and generous person. Now, he wants to take back this sentence. The next day. Early morning. Jingle bell. In the recruits' dormitory, a sudden ringing rang, waking up many recruits who were still sleeping. Rookie, hurry up. In 10 minutes, go to the square to gather. In the corridor outside the dormitory, the veterans shouted. Countless recruits had to complain secretly, while obediently getting up to wash, then put on the recruit's uniform and rushed to the square. When Chen Ye and Smog came to the square, they found that 10 huge arenas had been built on the huge square. Right in front of the ring is a high platform for people to observe. There are many chairs on it, obviously for the big shots. Senior Mondo, don't you want to be assessed? What do you want us to do here? Smog whispered beside him. Chen Ye smiled and said, this should be the most important part of the assessment. Smog was unclear, so he was about to continue to inquire, when suddenly he heard an exclamation from the side. Look, it's the Marshal of the Warring States period. The Marshal of the Warring States period is here. There are 3 generals. All the recruits looked towards the high platform ahead. The same is true for Chen Ye. Soon, he saw a group of senior Navy figures walking out slowly. The leader wears a pair of frog glasses, his long beard on his chin is tied into a twist shape, and on the military cap above his head, there is a seagull symbolizing Navy, and under the cap 507 hides an explosive hair. It is the Marshal of the Warring States period. The Marshal of the Warring States period looked gentle, but Chen Ye knew that the opponent's strength was very terrifying. Behind the Marshal of the Warring States period, followed by 3 very tall men, all of whom were about 3 meters tall by visual observation. Seeing these 3 men, Chen Ye's eyes flashed with excitement. Green pheasant, red dog, yellow ape. These 3 men are the 3 generals of the Navy headquarters, the powerhouses representing the highest combat power of the Navy. Behind the 3 generals, there are more than a dozen lieutenants. The heroes Carp, Crane, Doutu, and others are all among them. Actually, among the lieutenant general's crowd, there are a few people who are not defeated by the general. It's just that they are relatively low-key and don't want to be a general. The most representative character among them is the hero Kapu. In terms of record, the hero Karp is better than these three generals, I don't know how much better. After all the big figures were seated on the seats of the high platform, the Marshal of the Warring States period came to the front, looked at the countless new recruits condescendingly, and began to talk. I am the Warring States period, Marshal of the Navy, I am here on behalf of the Navy, and welcome everyone. The recruits on the square cheered and applauded very cooperatively. Chapter 97 Smog vs. Chen Ye, 7/10, == Chapter 131. His eloquence is very good. However, Chen Ye heard a lot of chicken soup, and naturally he was drowsy. Those simple recruits were full of excitement and enthusiasm. Even Smog next to Chen Ye was so excited that he wanted to give his life to the Navy immediately. Now, the assessment begins. As the voice of the Warring States period fell, the assessment officially began. Due to the large number of recruits, they must be assessed in batches. There are 10 arenas in total. According to the regional division, Chen Ye and Smog were both assigned to the 7th ring. When the area is divided, everyone starts to draw lots to decide their opponents. Half of the people draw lots and half hold the numbers. When the person who draws the lottery draws whose number, the two automatically become opponents. Senior Mondo, I'll go up first. Small was positive and rushed to draw the lottery first. He won the 30th. The captain in charge of the command immediately asked loudly, who has the tag number 30? Come up. Chen Ye looked at the number 30 label in his hand with a stunned expression. This Nima. What a coincidence, right? Afterwards, Chen Ye stood up silently and stepped onto the ring. When Smog discovered that his first opponent in the draw was actually Senior Mondo, his determined face suddenly collapsed. If he can, he doesn't want to fight Senior Mondo. But after the lottery is decided, there is absolutely no way to go back, and now you have to fight if you don't. Senior Mondo, I didn't mean it. The young Smog said with a sad face. Chen Ye was also very speechless. He was trying to comfort Smog, but he heard Smog comfort him in turn. Senior Mondo, please don't be surprised, I really don't want to get rid of you in the first place. Chen Ye. Damn it. Baby, where are you confident? You robbed me of my lines, don't you know? Have you two said enough? Start right away. The captain beside him said impatiently. The other arenas have already been fought, and he is still dawdling. Hearing this, Smog dared not talk any more nonsense, and immediately assumed an attacking posture. However, seeing Chen Ye indifferent, he couldn't help but remind him, Senior Mondo, I won't be merciful, please be careful. Do it. Chen Ye looked calm. When the words fell, Smog rushed towards Chen Ye fiercely. The two finally started fighting. On the high platform. Hey! Hey! The Marshal of the Warring States period suddenly heard the grunt coming from the side, and his old face went dark. He doesn't need to look back to know that there is no one else who can sleep on such an important occasion, except for the old Kapu. Kapu! Pay attention to the occasion, be serious. The Warring States Marshal said angrily. Karp was awakened and buttoned his nostrils indifferently, looking bored. It's not that he doesn't respect these recruits, but that the performance of these recruits is terrible. Either it was a long time and didn't know how to do it, or it was Wangbaquan, a random punch, a decent seed, and I didn't even see it. Not only is Karp's mentality like this, most people on the high platform at the moment have this mentality. General Huang Yuan, who looked like a fool, looked bored at the 10 arenas. What? Suddenly, Huang Yuan's spirit was lifted. The competition on the 7th ring aroused his interest. Senior Mondo, you surrender. I don't want to hurt you. On the 7th ring, Smog said loudly. Chen Ye. He decided to give this little smoker who didn't know the height of the sky a little lesson, so that he could understand the truth about others. Then, the power of mind is launched. Chapter 132. Smog was shocked and quickly used his fruit power to smoke his body. Puff! Chen Ye's punch dispelled the smoke, just like hitting the air, and it didn't hurt Small at all. Interesting. Chen Ye smiled slightly. This is the first time he has fought against the devil fruit ability. Next moment, the smoke condensed, and Smog's figure reappeared in the same place before. At this moment, he didn't dare to underestimate Chen Ye. His face solemnly said, "Senior Mondo, I didn't expect you to be a fruitful person." Chen Ye shrugged upon hearing this. Since Smog regards him as a demon fruit-capable person, he doesn't bother to explain it deliberately. rwbnve.co. So, Small, if you want to eliminate me, you have to show your true strength. Chen Ye said calmly. Senior Mondo, I will do my best next, please be careful. After Smog finished speaking, he shouted fiercely, "White boxing!" Next moment, his arms immediately turned into smoke, and his fists flew directly away from the body like a missile, dragging a long smoke tail, and shooting towards Chen Ye. Of course, it is impossible to defeat Chen Ye with this level of attack. Chen Ye waved his big hand, and under the interference of his thought power, those smoke fists immediately missed automatically. However, this did not defuse Smog's offensive. Because of Smog's trick, there are follow-up changes. I saw the pair of smoke fists that deviated from the attack route, suddenly turning around in midair, and attacking Chen Ye again. It's like a tracking missile. Such a magical ability stunned the surrounding recruits. The big figures on the high platform also showed interest and projected their attention. Faced with Smog's follow-up attack, Chen Ye looked calm. When Smog's fist approached the back of Chen Ye's head, his mind power was activated again. This time, there was no interference, but directly stopped, so that Smog's fist stayed in mid-air, unable to move, let alone advance. Smog, if this is your strength, I am afraid that the one to be eliminated will be you. Chen Ye reminded faintly. Order. Chapter 98 Carp, I am very optimistic about him. 8/10 == On the high platform. One is the natural smoke ability, and the other is strange. The Marshal of the Warring States period looked at the number 7 arena seriously, and asked without knowing his head, Kapu, do you see what this ability is? It should be the fruit of the Superman Devil, it's a rare ability. Carp replied. At this moment, Carp finally stopped dozing off like before, and looked at the number 7 ring seriously. Including 3 generals, and several other lieutenants, all were attracted by the 7th ring. On the 7th ring, perceiving that his fist flying out was controlled by the mysterious power and unable to move, Smog's face changed. Senior Mondo's abilities are more powerful than his. White smoke launcher. Smog yelled, his legs turned into smoke in an instant, and his whole body rushed towards Chen Ye like a cannonball. This is the second skill used by Smog. Facing the leaping Smog, Chen Ye raised his hand and made 5 fingers. The power of mind is activated again. He restrained Smog's body again, and fixed Smog in midair. Smog seemed to have expected it a long time ago, and his expression didn't panic at all. White blast! Smog suddenly shouted again, and his whole body began to swell, and then his whole body became smoke-like. A large amount of smoke encircled Chen Ye from all directions. 507. This is one of his ultimate tricks. In the original plot, Smog once used this trick to directly trap all the members of a strong pirate group. This trick can not only trap people, but can even directly suffocate people to death. Senior Mondo, this is my most powerful move, you surrender quickly. Smog said loudly after trapping Chen Ye. Chen Ye felt that Smog in his youth was a bit of a secondary attribute. However, the heart is not bad. Smog, since you have used the most powerful tricks, then I should also use some of my strength. You will get hurt later, remember to tell me. As soon as the voice fell, Chen Ye made a fist. Chapter 133. Suddenly, the entire fist became extremely blue and black, and it even shone with a metallic luster. Chen Ye's current armed color domineering is already at the Grandmaster level of proficiency. Even if it is placed in the world of One Piece, it is one of the most powerful. Subsequently, the power of thought all exploded, squeezing the smoke all over the sky together. Immediately afterwards, Chen Ye fisted. Senior Mondo, useless, I'm a natural demon fruit capable person, and your fist can't hurt my body at all, hey. Bang! Before he finished speaking, Chen Ye was punched back to his original shape, fell to the ground, almost vomiting blood. This is still Chen Ye's men's mercy, otherwise, this punch will be able to wipe out Smaller. Smog is still too young now, and he hasn't even mastered the domineering, naturally it is impossible to be Chen Ye's opponent. Smog, what did you just say? Chen Ye asked amusedly. Ahem. Smog was holding his stomach, half kneeling on the ground, his face ugly, armed and domineering. Obviously. Now he also knows the existence of domineering. Do you want to continue? Chen Ye asked. Smog's head fell dejected and said with difficulty, Senior Mondo, I surrender. He is not a fool, of course, it can be seen that Senior Mondo just showed mercy to his men. With Smog's initiative to concede defeat and the captain in charge of being a referee, he recovered and hurriedly announced loudly. The first round of the 7th ring, the 30th contestant Mondo won. Under the ring, many recruits looked at Chen Ye with deep fear. Standing on the ring, Chen Ye scanned the area of number 7 and didn't see the blind man. He sighed slightly and walked off the ring. According to the information provided by Murong Chuxu, it seems that the blind man can pose a threat to Chen Ye. Even the future Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel may not be much stronger at this time. On the high platform, General Huang Yuan looked at Chen Ye as he stepped out of the ring, and said in a weird tone, so young, not only possesses the power of devil fruit, but also masters domineering, so young now, you really can't underestimate it. FEWNL. The red dog and the green pheasant next to them did not speak, but they kept watching Chen Ye step down the ring. The other side. Carp looked at Chen Ye walking back to the crowd, suddenly laughed, and said, that young man is very good, and the old man is very optimistic about him. He didn't like Chen Ye's strength, but Chen Ye's merciful behavior towards Smoch's men. In Carp's view, as a navy, strength is not the primary factor, and temperament is also very important. At this moment, Carp even wanted to accept Chen Ye as his disciple. The Warring States Marshal heard this and nodded in agreement, it is indeed a good seed. He is also very optimistic about Chen Ye. Such people who have the power but can control the power without hurting others are the talents the Navy needs. Like the General Red Dog next to him, he doesn't like it very much. He always feels that the Red Dog is too hostile. I don't know what the faces of these two bigwigs should be when Chen Ye reveals his true colors after waiting a few days. Chen Ye returned to the ring. Seeing Smog's downcast expression, Chen Ye couldn't help but smile and comforted him, don't worry, those big shots are organizing this assessment to select outstanding talents. Your performance just now was excellent, although you were temporarily eliminated. But in the future, you will definitely be reused. This is not Chen Ye talking nonsense. In the original plot, afterwards, although Smog was getting better and better, he was promoted very quickly. In just a few years, he became a Lieutenant Admiral of the Navy G5 branch. Hearing what Chen Ye said, Smog, who was originally discouraged, opened his eyes sharply. Senior Mondo, are you true? Of course it's true, just wait for the good news. Do not know why. Now Smog was very convinced by Chen Ye's words, and immediately became happy when he heard that. Smog was about to continue to inquire about Senior Mondo, but found that Senior Mondo's gaze was staring at the fifth ring with a solemn expression. Seeing this, Smog was very curious and looked towards the fifth ring. At this time, a middle-aged brawny man who was more than 2 meters tall stepped onto the fifth ring. Surprisingly, this brawny man is actually blind. Seeing that many people are talking about the age limit over 35 years old, let's talk about it. This is the foreshadowing of the urban plot, which will affect the next big event. This is the 8th update, and there are 2 more. It may not be possible to write it, author, try your best to finish it. I suggest you watch it tomorrow. Chapter 99 comes with a great character, 9/10. On the fifth ring, contestant No 17 Mercury will face contestant No 22 Alaf, and the two will be on the stage. As the referee's captain shouted, a muscular man with a height of 2 meters and all muscles jumped onto the ring first. This is number 17 player Mercury. Day. Chapter 134. This blind uncle has a tough face, with an X-shaped scar on the left side of his forehead. He has short black hair and a beard around his mouth. On his tall figure, he was wearing a lavender bathrobe and tied with a dark purple belt. From the outside, the blind uncle was unremarkable. Only Chen Ye knew the horror of this blind man. He is a smile, and he will become an admiral of the navy in the future, with the title of Fujitora. The current smile, at the age of 30 or 40, is in the prime of life. Chen Ye looked at the back with a smile, with a solemn expression. This time the recruit's assessment, the reincarnation system suddenly dropped such a person. It is estimated that it is to make them difficult for these reincarnations. Senior Mondo, is he strong? Smog whispered beside Chen Ye. Smog's IQ is not low. Just looking at Chen Ye's expression, he knew that Senior Mondo was very jealous of the blind uncle. Chen Ye nodded, very strong. Smog became interested and looked seriously towards the fifth ring. On the fifth ring, contestant number 17, Marcolai, saw a blind uncle walking up. He was taken aback for a moment, and then he couldn't help laughing. Hey! Uncle, have you gone wrong? He smiled with a simple and honest smile, and touched the back of his head. I should have made no mistakes. Mercury said, Hey! Uncle, I don't want to bully an invisible person, you should give up yourself. He smiled and stopped talking, just shook his head. Then don't blame me, uncle, I won't be merciful. As soon as the voice fell, the muscular man Mercury rushed towards the smile, as if a small tank had hit him, and at the same time raised his huge fist and bombarded his smile. The crowd watching this scene all felt that the blind uncle was going to be unlucky. Boom! The sound of heavy objects falling to the ground sounded. It was Mercury, a muscular man, who suddenly flew out of the field. Everyone around was dumbfounded. Because everyone didn't see clearly, what happened, why did the muscular man who seemed to be winning suddenly fell out of the field? Off stage. Only Chen Ye could see what had happened. His current nerve responsibility is very strong, and the dynamic capture of his eyes has reached an astonishing level. Even the trajectory of the bullet cannot escape his eyes. Just now, he saw a smile with the crutch in his hand, and with a single tap, the muscular man flew out. As Yu Xiao's attack speed was so fast that ordinary people didn't see it clearly, the competition was over. Chen Ye's eyes flashed, and he glanced deeply and smiled, his expression calm. A smile is really strong, but it doesn't hinder his plan. On the ring. Seeing the referee's delay in announcing the result, he smiled and couldn't help coughing to remind the referee. Ahem! Finally, the captain recovered and hurriedly shouted, contestant number 22 wins with a smile. With a smile, he slowly walked off the ring. In the audience, the onlookers voluntarily gave him away, not daring to stop in front. Everyone is not a fool. Although they didn't see what was going on, it was precisely because they couldn't see clearly that this blind uncle seemed more terrifying. Watch the ceremony on the high platform. The three generals looked at the back with a smile, and their expressions changed slightly. Others can't see the attack with a smile. As a general, it is of course impossible for them to see clearly. As soon as the so-called expert makes a move, he will know if there is any. The move I just used is very simple, it's just a light stabbing. But it is this simple move that most tests people's basic skills. With the eyesight of the three generals, it is natural to see that a smile is very difficult. Oh! There is a great character. General Qing Pheasant said for the first time. He can be rated as a powerful person, enough to prove the strength of Yuxiao. Ask for flowers 0. The newcomer now is really terrible. Huang Yuan was yin and yang strange again beside him. It was not that he did it on purpose, but the tone of his speech, which was inherently weird. Although Aquino didn't speak, with sharp eyes, he kept smiling. Beside the three generals, Warring States and Carp, looking at the back with a smile, also looked solemn. The attack with a smile can avoid the sight of ordinary people, but can't hide from the eyes of these masters. Next, the assessment continues. Chapter 135. Chen Ye can easily defeat his opponent every time he takes the stage, but Chen Ye has always been merciful and just defeats his opponent, and will never intentionally hurt his opponent. This is the benevolence and righteousness created by Chen Ye deliberately. The purpose is to reduce the vigilance of those big men towards him. I believe that when he gets a good ranking and accepts the Tian Longren, he will take the initiative to approach the Tian Longren. No one would want to. Such a benevolent and righteous him will assassinate the Tian Longren, right? But what Chen Ye did not expect was that the benevolence and righteousness that he had made had actually won the favor of the Marshal of the Warring States period and the hero Kapu. Even Carp really moved the idea of accepting him as a disciple. Carp, have you really decided? On the high platform, the Warring States period asked. Cap smiled heartily and said, "Yeah. It's rare to meet an interesting young man. Marshal of the Warring States period, would you not object?" Of course not. The Warring States also laughed. With your teaching, this kid named Mondo is very lucky. But Carp, you'd better be patient, wait until the assessment is over, and then go find him. If he knows your thoughts in advance, young people will be proud. The Warring States Marshal couldn't help but remind. This old guy is good at everything, just behaves a little bit rashly, and often does some unreliable things. Make up yesterday, end. Chapter 100 The Three Outstanding Masters, 10/10, On the 7th ring, contestant No 30 Mondo wins. With the referee's announcement, Chen Ye won another game. However, Chen Ye did not immediately step down. Instead, he came to the opponent he defeated and offered a helping hand. Are you okay? Ah? Senior Menduo, I'm fine, thank you Senior Menduo for being merciful. The man was a little moved when he saw Chen Ye coming to help him up. Although he had been eliminated, the predecessor Menduo's behavior is really hard to hate. It's fine. Chen Ye pulled up the passerby, then turned and left the ring. Immediately after leaving the ring, Smog greeted him, Senior Mondo, you are really amazing. This is already the 19th game you won today. Smog is a bit like Chen Ye's little fan. He is very convinced by Chen Ye's disguised character. Chen Ye smiled and didn't take it seriously. In the 19 games he won, most of them were ordinary people, so there is nothing to be proud of. Next game, number 76 player Bray, against number 55 player Kate. The two young men stepped onto the ring, and the winner was quickly divided. Because Kate, player number 55, knows Kung Fu. It is the real Chinese Kung Fu, Tai Chi. I saw him make a Tai Chi push hand and directly cast the number 76 player out of the field. Obviously, this is not something in the world of One Piece. This Kate is amazing and another winner. Yet, he also eliminated the two. It's a strange move, it looks slow, I didn't expect it to be so powerful. Discussions sounded around. Chen Ye's eyes flashed, almost 100% sure that this Tai Chi playing Kate, like him, is a reincarnation. Chen Ye still found several reincarnations like this. Chen Ye didn't care about these people. As long as he doesn't come to provoke him, and doesn't affect his big plan of hunting the dragons. Of course, if he was accidentally drawn when the lot was drawn, then Chen Ye can't be blamed for knocking them out. Soon. Sunset. Today's assessment is over here, and I will gather here on time at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. With a loud announcement by a lieutenant general, today's assessment is over. The recruits went to the cafeteria one after another to prepare for dinner. Those who were eliminated all seemed very disappointed, and they had no appetite for food. Even those who have not been eliminated are anxious, because the assessment will continue tomorrow, and it is difficult to guarantee whether they will be eliminated tomorrow. Only those who are truly strong and confident in their own strength can do nothing. In a blink of an eye, 5 days passed. During the 5-day assessment, many recruits have really caught fire. The 3 most popular among them are the blind uncle Yi Liao, the kind senior Mondo, and the Navy captain Flying Squirrel. The 3 of them eliminated countless opponents in 5 days, and no one can make them 3 truly show their strength. Therefore, even though 5 days have passed, everyone still doesn't know who is strong and who is weak for the strength of these 3 people. Chapter 136. The voice of the Navy captain Flying Squirrel is also very high, because he is a disciple of the former Navy Admiral Zi Fahiwan. In addition to these 3, there are some strong players, such as the giant axe boy War Peach Pill, the high hand Kate, the king of fighting Banaman, and so on. After 5 days, most of the more than 200,000 recruits have been eliminated. As of today, there are only less than 100 people left. Today is also the last day of the assessment. I heard that the top 3 in the assessment will be received by a real noble. The 6th day. Early in the morning, the square was surrounded by numerous recruits. Everyone came to witness that the final winner appeared. Look, it's Senior Mondo. Senior Mondo is here, fool, don't get in the way, get out of the way. When Chen Ye appeared, there were countless comments around him. Chen Ye tried his best to maintain the benevolence and righteousness and smiled kindly to everyone, nodding their heads to say hello regardless of whether they knew him or not. Ah! Senior Mondo just smiled at me. As expected, he has the name of Gentle Senior. Senior Mondo seems to be very kind and generous. This time the assessment is over, Senior Mondo will definitely become a senior general. Chen Ye narrowed his face when he heard the comments coming from his ears, MMP in his heart. Don't know which stupid gave him the nickname? It was really embarrassing that it was spread among the recruits, unexpectedly. Kind senior? When the Tianlongren appear, let you see whether labor and capital are kind or not. Senior Mondo, look at it, it's Lieutenant General Cap, he seems to be walking towards us. Smog said suddenly with excitement beside him. Chen Ye also noticed Carp and didn't dare to be careless. Like everyone else, Chen Ye stopped and stood up straight. When Carp came over, Chen Ye and countless recruits saluted and shouted. Lieutenant General Carp. This is the etiquette that low-level people must do when they see high-level people within the Navy. Carp ignored others and came directly to Chen Ye, looked up and down at Chen Ye, then smiled and patted Chen Ye on the shoulder. Boy, behave well later, I bet the guy from the Warring States period, as long as you get the first place, I will teach you personally in the future, ha ha ha. Leaving this sentence, Carp left. Looking at Cap's majestic figure away, Chen Ye took a sigh of relief. This old guy. Just now, Chen Ye thought that he was 5.0. Isn't it a leak? Unexpectedly, Carp came here just to encourage him and reveal the idea of wanting to accept him as a disciple. Chen Ye couldn't laugh or cry for Carp's behavior. I wonder if Carp dare to accept him as a disciple when he kills Tian Long? Senior Mondo, Lieutenant General Carp wants to accept you as a disciple. Smog beside him was both excited and envious. The people around are also looking at with red eyes, and can't wait to replace it. Chen Ye was speechless, and felt that Carp was really unreliable. How can it be so simple? I need to get the first place. Senior Mondo, come on, I believe you can. To make up for yesterday, there are probably more than 5 more changes today. Chapter 101 Nian Li vs. Navy 6. When all the big names are here, the assessment on the 6th day begins. The remaining 92 people were divided into 2 teams. Continue to draw lots to decide your opponent. The first person to go to the lottery was the blind man Smile. I smiled and drew a small ball from the carton, and then handed it to the referee next to it. He can't see the number on the ball, and can only know the opponent through the referee's announcement. The opponent who laughed at player 22 is Kate, player 55. As the referee made a loud announcement, Chen Ye could clearly see that the 2 high hand, who was nicknamed Kate, instantly turned pale. It seems that this 2 high hand is very self-aware, knowing that he is not a smiling opponent. The truth is also true. When the 2 sides came to the stage, the extremely high hand Kate quickly lost the battle and walked off the ring with a sad expression. However, with his current fame and prestige, it should be no problem to complete the task of the reincarnation system. After a smile, the 29th person who went up to draw the lottery was a little fat man carrying a huge axe. This little fat man looked like he was only a teenager. At a young age, his body was extremely large, a little taller than normal people. Wearing an oversized red belly band and a giant axe on his shoulders, he is so powerful that people do not dare to underestimate his age. Chapter 137. The number 11 contestant War Momomaru, the opponent in the draw is the number 67 contestant Banaman. As the referee announced, soon another reincarnation was eliminated. That's right, the Barnaman, known as the King of Fighting, is also a reincarnation like Chen Ye. The fighting technique he uses is the 8 gods and ancient martial arts from the King of Fighters world. It must be a reincarnation with a backstage. Otherwise, the reincarnations who have reached the 3rd floor of the reincarnation tower generally cannot afford the Iori ancient martial arts. After Jean Momomaru's Stinky stepped down, the 3rd draw came on stage. This lottery player wears a uniform that is completely different from ordinary recruits. Even the referee on the stage looked respectful when he saw this person. He is the Flying Squirrel, one of the disciples of the former Admiral Black Wrist Zifa, currently in the Navy, with the title of Captain. At the same time, he is also one of the 3 masters that everyone looks up to. Seeing flying squirrels on stage, on the high platform, many big figures showed interest. Because the former Admiral Black Wrist Zifa has many disciples. Even the current 3 generals are all disciples of Zifa. In truth, the current 3 generals, the red dog, the green pheasant, and the yellow ape, are the seniors of the flying squirrels. On the ring. Without a word, the flying squirrel drew a numbered ball from the cardboard box. The referee was shocked when he saw the number on the ball, and immediately announced loudly. The player No 85 Flying Squirrel, his opponent is the player No 30 Mondo. As soon as the voice fell, the soldiers onlookers in the audience were taken aback. Turned out to be 2 of the 3 masters who are about to start a duel. When Chen Ye calmly walked onto the stage, countless people were shocked, showing extremely excited expressions, ready to watch the show. Master Showdown. Isn't this what they want to see? Hello, you say, Senior Mondo or Senior Flying Squirrel, who is better? I think Senior Flying Squirrel is more powerful, his teacher, but the famous General Zifa. As a disciple of that big man, he must be a strong one. I think Senior Mondo is great. So far, no one can make him show his true strength. Seeing that two of the three masters were about to start a duel, the soldiers in the audience couldn't help but talk. Even the big figures on the high platform are serious and their eyes are fixed on the ring. On the ring, Chen Ye and the flying squirrel face each other far away. In terms of body size, Chen Ye will suffer a lot. Although Chen Ye is a tall man, he still looks petite and exquisite in front of a flying squirrel who is more than 2.5 meters tall. Looking at the flying squirrel, Chen Ye felt very speechless. Because in the original plot, flying squirrels have long been famous, and in Roger's era, they have become famous. Being able to appear here to fight him at the moment, needless to say, it must be the handwriting of the reincarnation system. The test begins. The referee announced loudly. Who? Almost as soon as the referee finished the announcement, the flying squirrel disappeared from the spot. Navy 6 style shaved. Navy Type 6 is a physical skill that can be learned by senior Navy generals and above, and it is a physical skill that exceeds the limit of human physical ability. Flying squirrels master the shave and moon step in the 6 formulas. Shave. In an instant, 0.36 seconds, stepping on the ground continuously for dozens of times produces a strong reaction force, and uses the explosive speed generated by the reaction force to move. From the eyes of the enemy, it seemed to disappear. Seeing the flying squirrel disappear from the same place, Chen Ye's eyes flashed. Make a fist with your right hand, and the armed color will instantly cover your fist. Without saying anything, Chen Ye hit the void on the left with a heavy bombardment. It seemed that Chen Ye was hitting the air. But the next moment, a huge figure suddenly appeared on Chen Ye's left and kicked in the air. His feet are wrapped in a black bag 507, which is obviously armed and domineering. Boom! Fists and feet collided, and a huge roar erupted from the ring. The violent airflow, centered on the two of them, spreads in all directions. Although Chen Yuan didn't move, the floor of the ring under his feet was cracked every inch. Chapter 138. They didn't expect that these two big brothers were so fierce that they would go straight up and do it. Moreover, it was just a trick, the movement caused was so amazing. Yuebu. The kick was blocked by Chen Ye, the flying squirrel let out a low voice, and the whole person stepped on the air, moving at high speed in the void. Everyone is right, the flying squirrel is indeed stepping on the air and moving fast in the air. Navy 6 style moon step. Yuebu is similar to light work, much like Wudang's Tai Zong. Step on the air with a strong foot force, generate a strong air force, and you can walk in the air like stepping on a staircase. Looking at the flying squirrels wandering in the void, Chen Ye looked calm, raised his hand slightly, and then pressed down sharply. Come down to me. Thought power broke out. The flying squirrel in the void immediately felt an invisible powerful force, which restricted his movement and could no longer use the moon step. The whole person also quickly fell to the ground. Chapter 102 Senior Mondo, really is too strong. Bang! Chen Ye stepped forward, and the stone slab under his feet exploded. With the help of recoil, he rushed towards the flying squirrel like a sharp sword. When the flying squirrel fell to the ground under the pressure of Nian Li, and its footing was not stable, Chen Ye blasted out with a punch. At the same time, Nian Li started to suppress the flying squirrel's actions. Chen Ye's current thought power is not very strong, and he has been using his thought power to confront the enemy, which consumes a huge amount of mental power. Using it with his fist power is the best way to fight. To deal with Xiao, you can use the power of mind instead of hands. But no matter what enemy you are dealing with, you use your mind to forcefully pretend to be a brain-disabled behavior. When his mental power was exhausted and he started to feel dizzy, he couldn't even use his own power. Call! There was a sonic boom in the air. One can imagine the power of Chen Ye's punch. The flying squirrel's face changed. In a hurry, he only had time to raise his hands, cross his arms in front of him, and launch his armed and domineering to force Chen Ye's fist. Boom! There was another burst-like noise. Rub! 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 The flying squirrel, who was as tall as a giant, was blown back by Chen Ye's punch, and almost fell under the ring. When the flying squirrel stood firm, his face changed. Because he felt a piercing pain in his arms, the place where he was hit now was numb. Obviously, the bones inside were seriously injured. The mundo in front of me is so powerful that it is not like a human being. If it weren't for the strong defense of the armed color domineering, I was afraid that with this punch, he would be interrupted and beaten to death. What's more terrifying is that the opponent's weird ability is simply impossible to guard against. Your Excellency Mundo, you are indeed very strong. Flying Squirrel has a solemn face. This is the first time he has spoken to his opponent in the ring. Before he faced his opponents, he was disdainful to speak, and directly defeated the levers. Are you going to admit defeat? Chen Ye asked with a smile. No. Next, I will show my true strength. As the flying squirrel said, he drew the saber from his waist. Under the ring. Seeing the brief and fierce confrontation between the two, countless onlookers of recruits gasped and talked. Hi! Senior Mondo and Senior Flying Squirrel, they are so amazing. Are these two people, monsters? Senior Mondo is the one who is really amazing. Yes, Senior Flying Squirrel has been suppressed, and now I have to use weapons. Senior Mondo is simply my idol. On the high platform, Kapu laughed loudly. Warring States, my disciple is very good, right? The Warring States Marshal ignored this shameless remark. He looked deeply at Chen Ye below the stage, couldn't help but sighed, and then warned Karp, Kapu, this is a good seedling, I hope you can teach him well. Karp smiled triumphantly. He felt that he had spoken ahead of time to accept Mundo as a disciple. This decision was really wise. Chapter 139. Dragon. The full name is Monkey D. Dragon. The son of the hero Karp, but also the leader of a rebel organization, the number one enemy of the world government. Hearing this, Karp was furious. Warring States, the old man is going to fight you. On the ring. The flying squirrel held a long sword and asked, Mondo, don't you use a weapon? Chen Ye shook his head. The current flying squirrel is much weaker than the later lieutenant general period, and it is not enough for him to use weapons. His black sword Kyushui was used to deal with Fujitora with a smile. Then be careful, shave. As soon as the voice fell, the flying squirrel disappeared from the same place again. This guy used the shave in the 6 Navy formulas again. Next moment. Who? The flying squirrel appeared directly on top of Chen Ye's head, holding the saber high, and stabbing Chen Ye with one sword. High speed. It's so fast that most people can't react at all. But at Chen Ye's current speed, it was okay for him to avoid it. But Chen Ye did not hide. Because after testing out the flying squirrel's strength, Chen Ye no longer wanted to play with him. Armed and domineering, instantly covering the whole body. Clang! The sword tip pierced Chen Ye's body, and it burst out like a metal crash, like a bell in a temple, echoing across the entire square. On the high platform, the Warring States Marshal, Hero Kapu, and the 3 Navy generals changed their expressions after seeing Chen Ye's domineering armed color covering his whole body. The newcomer now is really terrible. Huang Yuan said slowly, his tone full of surprise. They are all masters of domineering practice, and they naturally understand what a high level of attainments it takes to cover the whole body with armed domineering. Under the ring. Among the crowd of onlookers, they suddenly raised their heads with a smile, with whites in their eyes, and looked at Chen Ye on the ring. On the ring. Seeing the sword he stabbed with all his strength, even Mundo's skin could not be pierced, and the flying squirrel's face changed. He was about to accept the offer, but it was too late. Chen Ye used his body to take his sword forcibly, just to quickly defeat him. Next moment, with a big hand, Chen Ye grabbed the flying squirrel's blade directly. He is armed and domineering, and he is not afraid of the sharp edge of the sword at all. Then, click! Click! The flying squirrel's saber was actually crushed directly under Chen Ye's brute force, turned into iron pieces, and fell on the ground. The power of mind was activated again to lock the flying squirrel who wanted to retreat. Chen Ye slammed and killed the flying squirrel with one punch, and fell out of the ring. The current flying squirrels are still very young, and their strength is much worse than that of the later lieutenant generals. The saber in his hand is not a high-class item. If it was a weapon similar to black sword Qiushui, Chen Ye really didn't dare to use the armed color domineeringly. Contestant No 30 Mondo 1. The referee said these words in fear, looking at Chen Ye's gaze in awe. This recruit is like a monster. With the announcement of the referee, many soldiers onlookers under the ring were in an uproar. When Captain Flying Squirrel took out his sword, they knew that Captain Flying Squirrel had fallen into the wind. But it was unexpected that Captain Flying Squirrel lost so quickly. Senior Mondo, it's so strong. Smog muttered to himself. Reply to a book friend's question, directly choose the Navy camp, the main task is to gain prestige, you can no longer kill the dragon. Chapter 103 Peak Showdown, Mondo vs Fujitora. Chapter 140. There is a horrified lieutenant general. Because this lieutenant general found that even if he was in the ring, he might not be the opponent of Mundo. Many lieutenants beside them nodded in agreement. Let alone these lieutenants. The three generals, the red dog, the green pheasant, and the yellow ape, looked at Chen Ye at this moment, and they were all surprised. Because Chen Ye has already surpassed them in terms of armed and domineering cultivation base. The assessment continues. However, seeing the battle between Senior Mondo and the Flying Squirrel, everyone's vision instantly improved, and they were completely indifferent to ordinary battles. The reason why everyone hasn't left yet. It's all because of it. Want to see Senior Mondo fighting with that blind uncle? The blind uncle was extremely mysterious, and when compared with his opponents, he was only a second move, and he looked very powerful. Now, it depends on these two people, who can get the first place. Over time, more and more people are being eliminated. A few hours later, there are fewer than 10 players who have not been eliminated. The next game, Player No 30 Mondo, against Player No 11 Battle Momomaru. Please come on both. The referee said loudly. I surrender. Xiao Peng 507 Zhan Taowan surrendered without hesitation, very simply. After speaking, he jumped off the ring and walked away swaggeringly. The crowd onlookers. Damn it! No one thought that this little fat man would admit defeat without even moving his hands. Originally, Battle Momomaru is also a popular player. Everyone believes that after the flying squirrels are eliminated, Zhan Taomaru may be able to squeeze into the top 3. Well now, this guy has just abstained. The third place candidate became plain and confused again. Of course, for the first and second candidates, everyone agrees that they are those two. Senior Mondo and Uncle Blind. As Zhan Momomaru abstained, only 6 people remained on the court. Senior Mondo, Uncle Blind, and the other 4. Chen Ye was surprised to find that among the 4, at least 2 were reincarnations. 1 man and 1 woman. The male nickname is Beast and the female nickname is Sunflower. The reason why these 2 people are determined to be reincarnations is that they are not using tricks in the world of One Piece. It is also very good for these 2 reincarnations to be able to get there. Even Chen Ye knew their nicknames, presumably their current reputation should be very high. Actually, both the Beast and Sunflower never dreamed that they would be able to go where they are now. They felt that in addition to good luck, they should be very grateful to the boss of Shura for being able to mix up to now. That's right, they had known for a long time that Mundo's vest belonged to the Shura boss. Before coming, they also checked a lot of information about the third layer copy, knowing that the most powerful role in this naval assessment is the blind man, and the second is the flying squirrel. There is no such person as Mondo at all. Therefore, Mondor who appeared suddenly can only be a reincarnation. And there is such a powerful reincarnation in the third layer, besides that Shura boss, who else? Certainly. The reincarnation system has regulations that are not allowed to disclose all information about the reincarnation space, so they dare not disclose the true identity of Mundo. At this moment, they looked at Chen Ye's eyes, full of admiration. Shura boss is really awesome. Because, since the emergence of the reincarnation space, the best result that has broken through the third level is that Adam, who won the third place. And now? The Shura boss is fighting for the first place. In the next game, player number 13 will be the beast and player number 22 will be laughs. The referee's announcement changed the expression of the beast who was still happy just now. Chapter 141. Although he knows that the blind man is very powerful, as a reincarnation, he attaches great importance to this assessment, because it is related to the rewards he can get after the task is over. The beast never thought of winning. He only hopes that he can hold on for a while and break the blind man's second kill myth. However, he still thinks more. After entering the ring, he didn't even see how he made his move when he laughed, and he flew out of the ring. The same result as others. In the next game, contestant No 66 Sunflower will play against contestant No 4 Samo. Unexpectedly, Sunflower and the naval soldier named Satsuma would go back and forth, and they were evenly matched. But everyone in the audience was very bored watching the two rookies pecking at each other. They just hoped to skip such boring shows quickly. Finally, after the two had been fighting for more than 10 minutes, Sunflower went high and put the recruit to the top of the ring. There are regulations for assessment. If you fall outside the ring, you lose. The reincarnation nicknamed Sunflower won again. Next. FWOVLOM. It was Chen Ye's turn to draw lots. Unfortunately, he won number 66, which is the Sunflower. In the next game, player 30 will fight against player No 66 Sunflower. Sunflower, who had not had time to be happy, suddenly had a pretty face. The fight just now has exhausted her strength, and now she has run into a big guy like Shura. Forget it, don't try to be strong. Give up. At least decent. I admit defeat. Sunflower did as he thought of it. Then. There are only 3 people who have not been eliminated. Senior Mondo, the blind uncle, and a lucky recruit. The last candidate for the lottery was also the recruit. Hey, newcomer, it's your turn to draw lots. The referee shouted. This recruit is also quite funny. He looked at the 2 big men Mundo and smiled, and asked weakly, "Can I not smoke?" Puff. Ha ha ha. The crowd onlookers burst into laughter. Laughing hard at me, ha ha ha. The luck of this newcomer has come to an end. Yes, no matter whether it is Senior Mondo or the blind uncle, it is not an existence he can fight against. Anyway, he has been able to go to the present, it is already very remarkable, really a lucky guy. That's right. Next, it's Senior Mondo, and the blind uncle's duel. The long-awaited duel is coming soon. Everyone was talking and looking forward to it. As for the newcomer, after he took the stage, he closed his eyes and drew a number ball and took it out to take a look. Day 30th. Without waiting for the referee's announcement, he directly said loudly, "My lord referee, I abstain." Chapter 104 seems like 2 monsters are fighting. In the next game, player number 30 will be Mondo, and player number 22 will have a laugh. When the referee announced this sentence, his expression became extremely solemn. The recruits onlookers, the same is true, all staring at the ring intently. Even the big people on the high platform are serious, condescending looking at the ring. Senior Mondo. Come on. Smog said excitedly next to Chen Ye. Chen Ye smiled slightly and stepped onto the ring. He didn't really care about whether he was first or second. What he cares more about is the gap between himself and the general. Day. Chapter 142. Although it seemed that he would be tripped accidentally, no one dared to underestimate him at this moment. The test begins. After the referee made the announcement, he immediately left the ring and gave up the field to the two big guys. Mundo vs Smiles. Under the ring. More than 200,000 people in the audience watched, but there was no movement. Many people even held their breath and stared at the two big men on the stage. The entire square was silent. Even the big figures on the high platform did not speak. On the stage, the two people who had attracted much attention were relatively relaxed at the moment. Chen Ye doesn't care about the ranking. Smile even more indifferent. Even, I smiled and felt that I came to join the Navy, and it was a little baffling. Mr. Yuxiao. Chen Ye suddenly said, actually, I know you are better than me. Oh. The blind man looked a little surprised, and said, then are you going to give up now? Of course not. Chen Ye shook his head first, and then said, although I know I will lose, I still have to fight you, because so far, no one has ever forced me to use my full strength. I want to know my upper limit. Where is it? I hope Mr. Yuxiao can use his real strength to deal with me. So it is. The blind man smiled upon hearing the words. Mundozen, you are also worth my all-out effort. Chen Ye nodded and stopped talking. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again, the battle spirit in his eyes was awe-inspiring. What Chen Ye said just now was not nonsense, he really wanted to test his current strength. Black knife Qiushui is already in his hand. At the same time, 5 flying blades appeared beside Chen Ye, floating around him. The armed color is domineering, quietly spreading, covering Chen Ye's body. With full force. Mr. Yuxiao, here I am. It is good. With a serious smile, he directly pulled out the blade hidden in the crutch. Everyone knew that the crutch in the hands of the blind man was a knife. I haven't seen him use it before. What's even more exaggerated is that Senior Mondo also showed his weapon for the first time, just don't know where the weapon appeared. Seeing that the two of them were about to move into a real posture, everyone's eyes widened, and even the fart was clamped and squeezed out, for fear of creating a movement that would affect the duel between the two masters. On the ring, Chen Ye took the shot first. With a big wave of his hand, 5 flying blades strangling towards the blind man from all angles. The blind man is indeed invisible, but his domineering look is very powerful. With a movement of his ears, the stick and knife in his hand waved, and the shadow of the knife flashed, ding! Ding! With a few soft sounds, all 5 flying blades were accurately cut by the stick and knife. Quick! Very fast! Soon many people can't see the blind man's moves. Chen Ye didn't expect it either. A few flying blades took care of the old blind man and shot the flying blade, just to get him close. Call! The sound of breaking through the air came. It was Chen Ye who held the black knife Qiushui and slashed to the blind man's waist. Clang! The blind man reacted in time and blocked Chen Ye's blow. Crack! It was a stone slab at the feet of the blind man, which was crushed by him. Nice knife! Said with a smile. Chen Ye's pupils shrank and his expression was solemn. With his current strength, even if it is a tank, it can be cut in half with one slash. The old blind man's ability to catch his attack steadily was obviously not inferior to him in terms of strength. The two knives are still wrestling together. Next moment. Chapter 143. He restrained a smile from the front and attacked with thought power. It's amazing ability. He smiled and commented again, suddenly opened his eyelids, revealing the whites of the eyes inside. Ask for flowers 0. Suddenly. Chen Ye suddenly felt that the surrounding air seemed to have increased endless weight instantly, oppressing him. The 5 flying blades were crushed to the ground before they got close to the blind man. Chen Ye immediately understood that this was the blind man's devil fruit ability. Gravity fruit. The move used by the blind is called gravity suppression. He can strengthen the gravity of the air near the knife, so that the falling of the overweight air suppresses the human body and can even push the ground out of a deep pit. Boom! The entire arena of huge boulders could not withstand the blind man's moves and collapsed directly. The crowd onlookers were shocked. Just now, the ring couldn't stand it. 0. It's so cruel. Destroying the ring, this is the first time this situation has occurred in the past few days. What happened? Why did the ring collapse? A person with devil fruit ability, the blind man is a person with ability, this must be his ability. It's terrifying, so terrible ability. Whether it is Senior Mondo or the blind uncle, they are all monsters. On the high platform. Even the 3 generals, the red dog, the green pheasant, and the yellow ape, their expressions became serious when they saw the abilities used by the blind. Kapu, now do you still think that your disciple can win? The warring states marshal said solemnly. Karp's rough old face was very ugly, and he couldn't help but mutter, where did this guy come from? It's really terrifying. Now. Chen Ye's legs, below his knees, were all buried in the ground. Suppressed. Gravity suppression is very powerful, as if it has turned the air into a tens of thousands of caddies and pressed it on Chen Ye. In the original plot, the strong protagonists Luffy, Soran, and Trafalgar Law have all suffered big losses under this trick. Really deserve to be a general. Chen Ye's strength attributes are strong, and he can barely stand firm at the moment. But it is more difficult to move. It seems that you can't move anymore. A blind man's questioning voice came from nearby. Do you want to admit defeat? No, I have another trick, Mr. Smile, please be careful. End. Chapter 105 One move determines the outcome. From the very beginning, Chen Ye knew that he couldn't beat the old blind man. The reason why he didn't choose the Navy camp was because he knew that with his current strength, there was still a big gap between him and the Admiral of the Navy. In other words, he can't get the best evaluation when he chooses the Navy camp. Therefore, Chen Ye firmly chose the pirate camp. Mr. Yuxiao, I have another trick, please be careful. Unable to move Chen Ye, his tone was firm, if you do this trick, I will automatically admit defeat. Oh! Hearing this, the old blind man suddenly dissipated the gravity suppression. Your next attack is bound to be no trivial matter. In order to show respect for your excellency, I have to come up with something decent. After the old blind man finished speaking, he waved the knife in his hand and pulled a knife in the air. Bang! A purple gravity wave suddenly appeared from the old blind man and shot directly into the sky. Upon seeing this, Chen Ye's expression changed. He immediately saw that this was one of the old blind man's big tricks, summon a meteorite. Pre-departure gift, I hope I can discuss it with you next time. After the old blind man finished speaking, he took the stick knife back into the scabbard. Chapter 144. Have no idea. Looking at the appearance of Senior Mondo, the battle doesn't seem to be over. Uncle Blind, that's so strong, Senior Mondo has fallen for the first time. Look at the sky, then, what is that? Meteorite. Gosh, why are there meteorites here? It must be the fruit ability of the blind man, it's terrible. Hey, are you kidding? This way everyone will be crushed to death. Run! A huge meteorite, pulled by the old blind man's gravitational wave, fell from the sky. Because the landing speed is too fast, the meteorite rubs the atmosphere and bursts out a large flame, which looks like a flame planet falling down, covering the sky and the sun. When the meteorite appeared, the recruits watching from the audience looked terrified and screamed. There are also many people who look dumbfounded. Damn it! It's just an internal assessment, it actually dropped a meteorite strike? Do you want to be so exaggerated? After they reacted, they immediately turned around, just like others, choosing to run for their lives one after another. Suddenly, there was a huge chaos throughout the square. Kulala, this movement is a bit too big, right? On the high platform, Admiral Green Pheasant spoke again. Huang Yuan, who was not far from him, had a rare face and slowly said, "It's really scary." The Marshal of the Warring States period and Carp had stood up from their chairs. The former is afraid that if a person is not handled well, innocent recruits will be affected. And Carp is purely worried about his disciples. These guys are really nonsense. The Warring States Marshal was a little angry, the old blind man, and said, "Kapu, it's over to you." Carp nodded and strode out, preparing to use his iron fist to crush the meteorite. "Master, wait a minute." The General Qing Pheasant suddenly pointed to the ring and said, "Don't underestimate your disciple, he hasn't retired yet." Everyone looked towards Mundo and found that Mundo was still standing in place, his face calm. Armed and domineering, it has long covered Mondo's whole body, and spread to the autumn water of the black knife in his hand, making the knife look black and reflective. This is the effect that appears after the armed color domineering reaches the master level. Not only can you cover yourself, but also some weapons. Carp was taken aback when he saw this. Afterwards, he slowly loosened his clenched fist, but still looked at Mundo with some worry. To him, the meteorite made by the old blind man was of course nothing. He could smash it with one punch. But for Mundo, this meteorite is too dangerous. The current Mundo is too young to resist such an attack. The old man is very confident, and with the talent shown by Mundo, as long as he trains under his hands for 10 years, it is possible to surpass him as a teacher, and he will definitely blow the old blind man by then. As for now, the old man really can't see how Mundo should deal with this meteorite. Neither Mundo's power nor his magical fruit ability were enough to make him face such a powerful attack. "Porisalino, Yellow Ape, don't watch the excitement." Carp said viciously, "If my disciple is in danger later, you will save him." Among all the people here, the yellow monkey is the fastest. As a lieutenant general, he can yell at the general level, and the audience also has such a face for Carp. "No problem, old man." Huang Yuan said slowly, "I don't want to, such a good seedling has a problem." Carp relaxed now. If Huang Yuan shot, his disciple shouldn't be dangerous. On the ring, Chen Ye was afraid that he would never think of it. There was an old guy over there who had already arranged a way out for him. At this moment, he is full of heart, and he concentrates on the meteorite brought by the old blind man. Hey! 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 Finally! The meteorite is near and has completely covered a piece of sky on the square. Chen Ye could even feel the heat emitted by the meteorite. The recruits below were even more panicked, wishing they had a few more legs so that they could escape here quickly. I'm afraid no one would have thought that watching a lively event would have to take his own life. When the meteorite was less than 100 meters away from the ring, Chen Ye suddenly bent his legs and slowly squatted down. Chapter 145. Crack! The ruined arena was once again trampled out of a huge pit by Chen Ye. Chen Ye then recoiled, leaped up and slammed into the meteorite. Brutal collision. Launch. That's right, Chen Ye's last trick is savage collision. He has long wanted to try the skill 5.0, how powerful it is. Next moment, the 5-second invincible state appeared on Chen Ye. Chen Ye's whole body also directly hit the meteorite. The black knife Qiushui violently cut out. There is a sword light. Chen Ye has never practiced advanced sword techniques. The blade light that appeared at this time was entirely because his speed was too fast and his strength was too strong. Savage collision increased by 3 times the strength. Chen Ye relied on his own strength to slash out the knife abruptly. Boom! Chen Ye's whole body crashed into the meteorite. Even the entire huge meteorite paused in mid-air. Subsequently, the meteorite suddenly cracked, and then exploded in the void. Countless meteorite fragments, like a goddess scattered flowers, fly in all directions. Chapter 106 Huang Yuan shot, Tian Longren appeared. The audience was shocked. No one thought that Mundo could hit a meteorite with his body and destroy the meteorite. What kind of body is this? Too tough. Even Karp and those generals were surprised. This Mundo is really unexpected. Hey! Hey! In the sky, numerous meteorite fragments are flying all over the sky. Although the meteorite was crushed by Chen Ye, once these fragments fell, the soldiers on the square would definitely suffer heavy casualties. Pora Salino! The marshal of the Warring States period yelled to Huang Yuan. Huang Yuan understood the meaning of the marshal of the Warring States period. He stood up and said, "The newcomer is really messed up." When the voice fell, his body suddenly burst out with golden light, and then, the whole person turned into countless points of light and disappeared from the place. Next moment, spots of light gathered over the square, condensing the figure of Huang Yuan. Bakaksheng Guyu! A loud shout, resounding throughout the square. In Huang Yuan's hands, like the muzzle of a Gatling machine gun, countless light spots burst out. These points of light, 29 are like bullets out of the chamber, shot out quickly, hitting those meteorite fragments. Suddenly, the entire sky was submerged by light spots in the sky. Those meteorite fragments that are deadly to ordinary people are all shattered in the light spot and turned into dust and scattered. Relying on his own power, he intercepted all the meteorite fragments. It seems that Huang Yuan who does all this seems to be relatively easy. Chen Ye, who had just landed, looked very solemn when he saw this scene. In Chen Ye's next plan, after he killed the Tian Longren, in the process of escaping, the biggest threat came from Huang Yuan. Because this guy moves fast and has a strong attack. In case he catches up, Chen Ye is likely to die. I'm saved. It's a general. General Huang Yuan saved us. Finally saved, it's great. The blind man is so messy that he actually attracted a meteorite attack. Senior Mondo is better, to block the meteorite in advance. They are all too strong, not as strong as humans. Chapter 146. Many people are left behind and have great opinions on the old blind man. You have to enlarge your move and take into account us ordinary people, okay? It's better than Mondo. On the ring. The old blind man didn't care about the thoughts of the people in the audience, because he had known for a long time that meteorites would not harm others. Even if no one takes the initiative to destroy the meteorite, he can make the meteorite rise again. Look, when Mundo came back, the old blind man smiled and said, "Your last move is really strong. At your current age, I have seen the most talented person." Chen Ye shook his head, ignoring the old blind man's business blows, and said directly, "I lost. He is still far away from the general. Perhaps the reincarnation who has reached the A level in the comprehensive evaluation should be able to compete with the generals." The judge who was in a panic next to him heard Mundo's words and was taken aback for a moment before he said in disbelief, "Mondo number 30 admits defeat, and contestant number 22 wins with a smile." Hearing the referee's announcement, everyone onlookers was a little startled. Senior Mondo is so strong, why should he give up? It's normal to admit defeat, right? Senior Mondo is strong, but the blind man is the real monster. Yes. If there are more meteorites, I am afraid that the entire Navy headquarters will be destroyed. It doesn't matter if you don't fight, these two people are too dangerous to fight. After Chen Ye gave up, he jumped off the ring. When the surrounding recruits saw Chen Ye coming, they immediately gave way. Hurry up, the boss is here, don't get in the way. Chen Ye didn't bother to take care of these people, so he found a place to rest. Smog greeted him from the side and looked at Chen Ye with admiration. Senior Mondo, you are so amazing. First he praised, and then comforted, it's nothing if you don't get the first place. Please don't take it too seriously. With your strength, you will definitely become a general in the future. Chen Ye heard the words and smiled, without explaining that he was not interested in the championship, patted Smog on the shoulder, and said, Thank you. Small, we may be parting soon. I hope that next time we see you, we can still speak like this. Smog was taken aback and asked strangely, Senior Mondo, are you leaving? Yes, I'm leaving tomorrow morning. Chen Ye nodded. Smog didn't understand it at first, and then he seemed to think of something, and suddenly realized, I understand, Senior Mondo, are you going to learn from Lieutenant General Karp? It's enviable. Chen Ye was speechless, but did not explain. With Chen Ye voluntarily surrendering, the assessment came to an end. Next, the Marshal of the Warring States announced that tomorrow morning, the top 10 in the assessment will be given an appointment ceremony. The so-called appointment ceremony, naturally, is the direct award of positions. And the Marshal of the Warring States also said that the top 3 will be personally crowned by the world's aristocrats dragon people. As soon as the voice fell, all the recruits in the audience showed envy for the top 10. Chen Ye's eyes flashed when he heard the words. If he remembers correctly, by tomorrow afternoon, he will be able to return to the space of reincarnation. 507. In other words, if he kills the Tian Longren in the morning, as long as he survives half a day, he will be able to flash people in the afternoon. This is really good news for Chen Ye. The next day, around 9 o'clock in the morning, the appointment ceremony begins. Countless recruits came to watch the ceremony. Chen Ye and the other 9 people stood on the high platform and began to prepare for the appointment. Of course, the old blind man smiled first to be awarded the position. This guy was directly appointed to the rank of Major General and was given the nickname Fujitora. In fact, on the real strength of the old blind man, he is qualified to be a general, but now the navy is fairly stable, and it is temporarily impossible to give the old blind man the position of general. Next was Chen Ye, who was awarded the rank of colonel. This is a big figure belonging to the senior general level in the entire naval rank system. Then the others. When the assignment is over, a weird and ugly man with a bubble on his head, a bloated body, and an ugly appearance, will appear. Eubo.com. Denan. One Ye's Haikyuu killing Sauron does not mean that Yi's Haikyuu only has the ability to kill Sauron. Don't underestimate the A-level masters, like Murong Chugzhu, not weaker than the general. She just didn't play well innately and used the devil fruit wrongly. Question: I don't want to discuss it, I will write a patch next time. The reincarnation system is not allowed to create gods, okay? Chapter 107 Mutation. Senior Mondo crazy? Tianlong people. Chapter 147. Once offended, the General of the Navy Headquarters or CP0 must devote all his military power to maintain it. Yes, it's the nobleman of the world, heaven. Tianlong. Stop. Don't say that forbidden name. Hurry down and kneel, or you will be killed. The Dragon Man appeared that day, and there was a riot in the entire square. Countless naval soldiers chose to kneel down automatically. Even among the top 10 people in this assessment, half chose to kneel on the ground. Even the Warring States Marshal, Karp, and the 3 Navy generals remained indifferent. Actually, if you look closely, it is not difficult to find that the 3 big generals do not have a good impression of the Tianlong people. Including the Marshal of the Warring States period, he also looked unwelcome. Indeed, the Denan people often treat the Navy as a watchdog. It's weird that these people have a good impression of the Denan people. Looking at the celestial dragon who came by, Chen Ye's eyes flashed, then his face was expressionless and his eyes were not squinted. Many of the bigwigs present have a strong sense of domineering. If he exposes his hostility to the Sky Dragon people, he is likely to be perceived. Although the Navy didn't like the Tian Longren, the high-ranking Navy would definitely not let people kill the Tian Longren under their noses. If something happens to this Tian Longren in the Navy headquarters, the Navy will not be able to deal with the world government. Tian Longren are very popular in appearances. Not only were a few strong-looking bodyguards followed by him, there were also some young men and women behind him. These young men and women are the slaves of the Tian Long people, with collars around their necks, like dogs. Among them, there are even many children. In the eyes of the Tian Long people, except for their own races, anyone in their eyes can be regarded as a slave like a pig and a dog. This heavenly dragon seems to have just woke up. When he came to the stage, he yawned and said, "Hurry up and start." No respect for the naval headquarters at all. The Marshal of the Warring States period turned black, but he still stepped forward helplessly and said, "The top 3 will go out and come to the Lord Charles Duck in order to accept the crown." The so-called coronation means that the Tian Long people personally wear the rank medals for the top 3. The old blind man smiled and was naturally the first to go out. He took the crutches, walked slowly, came to the front of the dragon, and then slightly bent over. Not bowing, but domineering, and telling him that the Tian Longren in front of him is fat and short, he doesn't bend over, and they can't reach his shoulders. The Tian Long people were very perfunctory to wear medals for the old blind man, and a trace of dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes when he saw the old blind man not kneeling down and worshipping him. However, anyhow, this is also the headquarters of the Navy, so he wants to show some face. Next. The old blind man stepped back, and Chen Ye slowly stepped forward. Suddenly, the old blind man seemed to feel something, and he paused as he passed by Chen Ye. Chen Ye was shocked at once. He knew that the old blind man's perception was keen, and he was very horrible when he saw and heard. It must be his accelerated heartbeat that made the old blind man perceive it. Fortunately, the old blind man didn't bother with his business, he just paused for a while, and then continued to walk back. Chen Ye didn't dare to be careless, tried to calm his heart, and slowly approached the Tian Longren. He didn't even dare to look up, it seemed that he was very afraid of Tian Longren. Regarding Chen Ye's attitude, the Tian Long people nodded with satisfaction, then took out a medal and personally put it on Chen Ye's mouth. At this time, sudden change. Chen Ye, who seemed to accept the honors honestly, suddenly showed his fangs like a hunting tiger. He directly grabbed the arm of the Tian Longren, and then pulled back. The weak Tian Longren came into his arms. At the same time, the black sword Qia Shui immediately put the dragon on his neck, and even pierced the Tian Longren. Skin. All this happened so fast. Soon everyone can't react at all. You know, Chen Ye's current agility attribute is already 10 times that of a normal person. In terms of reaction speed, Huang Ape can overwhelm him. Therefore, he suddenly launched an attack to control the Tian Longren. Even the general and the marshal of the warring states nearby were too late to rescue him. Mondo. Karp was shocked and looked at Chen Ye in disbelief. The marshal of the warring states period did the same, asking loudly, "Colonel Mundo, what are you doing?" The 3 major generals, the lieutenant general, and everyone else on the high platform were all stunned by this sudden change. Cool la la, something terrible has happened. Qing Pheasant's face was solemn, staring at Chen Ye. The red dog stared at Chen Ye as well, his eyes full of coldness. The eyes behind Huang Yuan's sunglasses were extremely surprised, staring at Chen Ye intently. The old blind man, who had just received the nickname Fujitora, also stopped. It wasn't until this moment that the Tianlongren reacted and yelled in fright. Chapter 148. As soon as Chen Ye's blade used force, the heavenly dragon was immediately stunned, trembling with fright. General Huang Yuan, I advise you to stop your little movements, the light you emit is really dazzling. Chen Ye said suddenly. Turn out to be. Just now, there was a group of light and shadow, quietly gathering behind Chen Ye. Obviously, Huang Yuan wanted to secretly subdue him. At this time, all the recruits in the square under the stage were shocked when they noticed the major events on the stage. Hey, isn't this true? What's the matter? How could Senior Mondo? It's over, why did Senior Mondo kidnap that big man? Something happened. Almost everyone had a look of horror on their faces. Senior Mondo. Smog opened his mouth in disbelief, and the two bug-like cigars almost fell out. Some reincarnations were also shocked. They can't understand, why is Shura boss doing this? Can't you die like that if you want to die? As a navy, in front of so many people, holding Tianlongren? The Marshal of the Warring States period, the hero Kapu, and the three major navy admirals joined forces. I'm afraid they won't be able to keep you level. Great change. The entire square was plunged into a strange atmosphere. Everyone can't understand why the promising Senior Mondo would do such a thing. Are you crazy? The same thing I don't understand is Carp. Mondo, are you crazy? Carp cursed. He had never been so optimistic about a young man, and he even had the idea of accepting a disciple. As a result, this young man played such a trick for him. Fortunately, the Warring States period persuaded him not to rush to accept Mondo, otherwise the name of the master and apprentice will be determined, and Mondo will play this one again today, so he won't be scared of a heart attack. Master, I'm so sorry, I failed your expectations. Chen Ye. Colonel Mundo, do you know what you are doing? The Warring States Marshal shouted angrily. As for the person with the most ugly face at the moment, it must be the Warring States period. As the Admiral of the Navy, under his nose, there was such a bad event, he, the Marshal, could not escape his responsibility. Colonel? Marshal of the Warring States period, I am not a colonel in the Navy. When Chen Ye said this, he suddenly faced everyone and announced loudly, Mondo, I am a pirate. Please all of you, remember my name. Because from today, Mondo, I want to kill all Tianlong people. As soon as the voice fell, Chen Ye would do it. Warring States' complexion changed drastically. Stop. He wanted to say something, but it was a step too late. Because 523 Chen Ye had already lifted the knife and cut off the head of the Tianlongren. Puff! A splash of blood covered Chen Ye's body. The chubby head just rolled to the feet of the Warring States period, his eyes were still staring at the Warring States period, and he couldn't squint. The Warring States is going crazy. His body shape, like a balloon, is growing rapidly, and his whole person is beginning to shine with gold. Within a few breaths, the Warring States period became a golden Buddha standing upright. Animals, fruits for all, monster species, and big Buddha form. This is the fruiting ability of the Marshal of the Warring States period. Therefore, some people often call the Marshal of the Warring States period the Warring States of Buddha. The Warring States, which turned into the form of a big Buddha, directly blasted Chen Ye with a punch without saying a word. At this moment, the fist of the Marshal of the Warring States period was bigger than Chen Ye's entire body. Faced with this top-down attack from Mount Tai, Chen Ye just smiled faintly, and there was an extra bracelet in his hand. This bracelet was the last special item he obtained from the copy world of the old corpse of the mountain village. The bracelet not only eliminates the grievances of ghosts, but also has a very useful function. Send randomly. After use, Chen Ye can be teleported a certain distance, can be teleported out of 5,000 meters. The direction and position are random. Of course, there must be limitations to such a useful function. Can only be used once within 24 hours. Chapter 149. Look down on the three generals or why. Hey! Hey! There was a strong sound of breaking through the air. A golden fist, like a locomotive, came towards Chen Ye's suppression. And there is a layer of white light on the fist. That's a shock wave. Obviously, the Marshal of the Warring States period took an angry blow and used all his tricks. However, he was blank. Next moment, Chen Ye suddenly disappeared from the place in front of countless people. It is truly disappearing. It's not a blindfold or high-speed movement. At least Fujitora and the generals couldn't feel Chen Ye's breath anymore. Boom! The fist of the Warring States, still falling. Almost the entire sturdy high platform was knocked out by this punch, and most of the gap was knocked out and collapsed to the ground. If it were in the past, seeing the destructive power of the Warring States period, at least the recruits would be surprised. But now, everyone is indifferent to the destruction caused by the Warring States period. Because something happened. Super big event. A representative of the Tianlong people, when he came to award the honor, was cut off by a pirate who impersonated the navy, and beheaded at the navy headquarters. Moreover, this guy who pretended to be a navy escaped. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, everyone would not dare to brag. This behavior of Mondo is not just as simple as hitting the entire navy's face. After the fight, he smeared a pile of on the navy's face. Countless people looked terrified, too scared to speak. Everyone looked at the high platform, looked at the Marshal of the Warring States period, and wanted to see how the Marshal of the Warring States period should be handled. Exhale. 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 The Marshal of the Warring States, panting heavily. Out of anger. Slowly, he dissipated his fruit power, his body began to shrink quickly, and then returned to normal. Everyone, go and arrest Mundo at once. At the same time, immediately issue a reward to Mondor. The amount of the reward is 2 billion baileys. This matter must be reported to the world government and sent to all parts of the world. Mondor must not be allowed to escape. The Marshal of the Warring States, angrily roared these words. Hearing the reward amount of up to 2 billion, all the navy soldiers took a sigh of relief and looked shocked. The release of a reward of 2 billion in one fell swoop is the first time since the establishment of the world government. Such a big reward has already caught the height of the 4 emperors of Shanghai pirates. Even the 3 major generals and Carp looked at the Marshal of the Warring States with some surprise. Warring States, you have to calm down. 2 billion rewards, shouldn't appear on a newcomer. Carp said with a gloomy face. Hearing the words of the old man, the Marshal of the Warring States period shook his head and said, the 2 billion reward is actually very few. Mondo killed it, but the Drago Knight. And what he just said was a provocation to the entire Drago Knight. It is not too much for such a vicious person to offer a reward of 2 billion, and the Tianlong people will approve it. The point is the last sentence. When everyone heard it, they suddenly realized. It turned out that the reward of 2 billion was for the Tianlong people. Think about it, too, if the murderer who killed the Tianlong Ren would offer a reward of hundreds of millions, why, do you look down on our Tianlong Ren? At the moment, no one has any objections to the reward order issued by the Warring States period. Many people even thought, no wonder, the Warring States period can be a marshal. With the wisdom of others, it is only natural to be a marshal. Kapu. The Warring States Marshal suddenly asked in a low voice, are you interested in taking my seat? What? It's this time, what are you talking about? Carp was puzzled. The Warring States sighed, someone must be responsible for such a major event. As a marshal, I cannot escape the blame. After I abdicated, I haven't figured out who will take over the position of marshal. Karp was taken aback and was silent. The Tianlongren died in the Navy headquarters. This is indeed a super big incident. Only a marshal can quell the anger of the Tianlongren, right? Chapter 109 Mission is over, reward 2 billion bosses return Clang. 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 With the order of the Marshal of the Warring States period, the entire Navy headquarters rang hurriedly. Chapter 150. Only Huang Yuan was left in the headquarters. This is because the yellow ape is the most mobile. Once someone finds the trail of Mundo, the yellow ape can immediately support it. Remember, the enemy is a devil fruit capable person, very powerful. Once found, immediately report to the general. Did you hear? A lieutenant colonel yelled at countless soldiers. Received. The soldiers Chi answered. Set off. The mighty team set off. A similar situation was staged throughout the Navy headquarters. For a while, the atmosphere at the Navy headquarters was extremely tense. On the high platform of the square, neither Warring States nor Karp moved. The faces of the two elderly people were extremely ugly. In addition to the two elderly people, there were also many bodyguards and servants brought by the Tianlong people on the high platform. Now that the master is dead, they are all at a loss and don't know what to do. Among the slave crowd, there was a pretty little girl with her head down, with a smile on her face. This little girl is named Boya Hancock. In her mind, the figure of Mondo was always recalled. Mondo, thank you. She whispered. No one can hear her voice. The Samsara's beast and Sunflower are now on a warship, heading west, looking for Mundo. Both knew that Mundo was the Reincarnation Sura. At this moment, they have fully understood why the Azura boss wanted to kill the heavenly dragon. It turned out that people chose the pirate camp from the beginning. Came to the Navy undercover to get close to the Tianlongren. These reincarnations of them are still working hard to participate in the assessment, striving to get a good ranking and increase their reputation. As for the Shura boss, the assessment is just for fun. The real goal is to hunt down the world's noble Tianlong. For the plan, courage, and strength of the Shura boss, the Sunflower and the beast, I admire him in his heart. Admire the 5 bodies. Because of this plan, it is too dangerous. In the Navy headquarters with many masters, assassinating the Tianlongren and asking them to do this will make your scalp numb when you think about it. But Shura, the boss, completed it very smoothly, and successfully got away. Not convinced? Or, this is the real boss. Smog Smog is on another warship. At this moment, Smog looked a little dejected. Since getting acquainted with Senior Mondo, he has always regarded Senior Mondo as his boss and idol. Now, the boss has transformed into a pirate. Smog felt that his faith was broken, and all his thoughts were lost. What made Smog even more uncomfortable was that the soldiers around him looked at him with weird gazes. Small knows why. Because since he went to the island, he and Mondo have been the closest. It's normal to be suspected. It can be said. This wave of Sao manipulation by Chen Ye has changed the destiny of countless people. Because of Mondo, the Marshal of the Warring States period may have to step down as a marshal early, and the candidate for the next marshal will become simple and confusing. Because of Mondo, the entire Navy headquarters must be punished. Because Mundo, the future Empress, got out of trouble early. Because of Mondo, Smoky Smog has lost his faith. Because Mundo. And at the moment, the culprit of all this is swimming in the sea.